have the singing of O Canada, led by the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Son histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Alors, order. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. Honorable député. Alors.
Order.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentarians had the opportunity yesterday to unanimously condemn religious discrimination, including Islamophobia, but the Liberals did not rise to the occasion. They voted against the motion condemning all forms of racism and religious discrimination, including discrimination against Muslims. They voted against it, Mr. Speaker. All four opposition parties voted for it, but the Liberals prevented it from passing. Why? To gain some political capital among a certain clientele? For reasons of crass partisanship? Because if they're not the ones who launch an initiative, they have to be against it? No doubt it is all those answers, Mr. Speaker. It's low, it's small, it's the good old partisan and petty Liberal Party, and they should be ashamed. As for the Bloc Québécois, we continue to condemn and denounce all forms of religious discrimination and racism. That's what Quebecers expect of us and of all their elected officials.
Interpretation of the English, so I'm speaking in English, and now it seems to be corrected. Okay. The Honourable Member for Edmonton River Bend.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to draw attention to an important disease. With the help of Results Canada, Rotary International, UNICEF, and of course my friends at Global Citizen, we have created an e-petition calling for the government to continue efforts to eradicate polio. From 40 children affected every hour in 1988 to less than 48 children affected in all of 2016, we are very close to eradicating this disease. 16 million people are walking today who would otherwise been paralyzed. But if we do not keep up our efforts, major outbreaks could affect numerous polio-free countries, and within 10 years, 200,000 children a year could be affected by polio. The only disease we've been able to eradicate so far in the world is smallpox. However, we're so close to eliminating polio. This would be a major milestone, Mr. Speaker. We're in the final push to ensure that no one has to suffer from polio again. Our e-petition already has over 1,000 signatures, and I hope everyone in this House, along with my fellow Canadians, will put their names to this petition to end polio for good.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am extremely proud to stand today in this House and pay homage to a great woman from my riding of Miramichi Grand Lake. Mary Catherine Clements grew up in the Mi'kmaq First Nation community of Elsipogtog, where she lived with her mother as her father was serving overseas during World War II. At the young age of 16, in an environment of racism and poverty, Mary left her home and pursued her education at Mount St. Joseph Academy, where she graduated in nursing. But this was just a start for Mary, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, at the age of 77, she won her 15th marathon medal in Brisbane, Australia. Wow. Having worked all over the world, she never forgot her Mi'kmaq community where she came from. I was proud to attend last fall the launch of a book that has been written about her life. Mary is a remarkable woman and a great role model for her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. On Pink Shirt Day, I am proud to rise in this House on behalf of Canadians all over who are working to end bullying. As a teacher, I witnessed the devastating effects of bullying on high school students. It's important to denounce this behavior, to end it, because it undermines students' well-being. From one end of the country to the other, many organizations are accomplishing this difficult but essential work every day. I would like to thank them for their tireless efforts. I would like to tell everyone who's being bullied, don't hesitate to talk about what's happening to you. Your friends, your school, community organizations are all there to help you. Believe in yourselves. Believe in your dreams. Many athletes, community leaders, and others are very successful today, and they were once bullied. Today, as we see that there is a rise of policies that try to divide people, we would like to renew our commitment to end bullying and to stand up for the values of inclusion, compassion, and openness.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians are wearing pink shirts to stand up against bullying. This is a topic which touches everyone because we have all been affected by bullying. Mr. Speaker, I've experienced firsthand the impact bullying has had as a counsellor who has worked with youth who have felt that they had to eat their lunches in bathroom stalls and who are too afraid to come to school. Bullying also occurs at our workplaces, in relationships, and on the internet, making it clear that we cannot sit idly on the sidelines. Mr. Speaker, today is a call to action. Let us each make the pink shirt promise to stand up to bullying, spread kindness, and make the internet a positive place.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the life of Charlotte Olson of Glenborough, Manitoba, who sadly passed away on February 19th. Her first elective office was councillor in the village of Glenborough in 1977, including time as deputy mayor. Charlotte then went on to be elected to the Manitoba legislature in 1981, where she served until 1990. Charlotte served as Minister of Community Services and Minister of Employment Services and Economic Security, with responsibility for status of women in the government of Premier Gary Filmon. My wife Caroline had the honour of being Special Assistant to Minister Olson. Charlotte was an active member of the Progressive Conservative Party of Manitoba for over 40 years. She served as a director of the PC Women's Caucus and was given an honorary life membership in 2000. Charlotte was also awarded the Canada 125 Medal in 1992. Charlotte leaves to mourn her passing, her loving husband of 63 years, Stan, her 3 children, 5 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. I would like to thank Charlotte for her lifelong commitment to public service. She will be dearly missed by family, friends, and all Manitobans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député Le Pierrefonds d'Allard.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-D'Allard. Mr. Speaker, today is Founders' Day. And throughout the world, we celebrate the lives of Lord Baden-Powell and Lady Baden-Powell, founders of the Scouts and Guides movements.
World Thinking Day. This year's theme is Grow as they look to expand the global reach of their sisterhood. As a member of the Scouting movement, I can attest to the positive impact Scouting has had on my life. As per its motto, it's taught me to always be prepared. It has made me an environmentalist, not out of fear, but out of respect for the wonder and beauty of our natural world. It has taught me to set goals and to work to achieve them. And to this day, one of my proudest achievements is my Chief Scout Award. J'encourage toutes les familles à supporter le mouvement.
I encourage all Canadian families to support the Scouts and Guides movement and to consider them for their children. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dave Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to offer a sincere message of thanks to a committed business leader from the Bay of Quinte, Mr. Bill Saunders. The Belleville Chamber of Commerce has enjoyed 152 years of service. For the past 6 years, Bill has been the voice and visionary leading the Chamber forward. It serves over 600 local businesses and continues to expand. In reflecting on the operational successes of his term as CEO, I'm reminded that across Canada there are equally committed leaders like Bill who persistently fortify local commerce networks by building relational connectivity between community members. These leaders work hard to provide crucial foundational supports for businesses of every scale. Our communities and our economies are made stronger for their dedicated efforts. For this reason, I encourage all of my honourable colleagues to join me in applause on behalf of each and every Bill Saunders found in their own riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, when illness strikes hard in a family, one feels the urgency to live. And when illness embeds itself in daily life, it's important to get back up, understand, and, above all, remain resilient. That is why today I wish to pay tribute to a remarkable woman, my mother. She was my friend, my guiding light, my pillar, the helping hand when storms raged in my life. She was part of all my fights. What she was for me, I now have to be for her. Because Alzheimer's disease has slipped into our daily lives like a stealer of souls. It is hard to see someone that we love deeply and to see them lose their memories. Even harder, to be ill-equipped in the face of this illness. Moments spent in her company are precious to me and sometimes painful. Becoming a caregiver is hardly restful, but so gratifying on a personal level. Thank you, Mom. I love you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What do Guy Carbonneau, Shane Corson, and Wendell Clark all have in common? They, along with several other NHL alumni, will be in Niagara Falls this Friday participating in the Hotel Dieu Shaver Foundation second annual Celebrity Ice Cup Tournament. This tournament, which mixes former NHL All-Stars with recreational players, has raised over $115,000 so far this year in support of the Hotel Dieu Shaver Health and Rehabilitation Center. This cutting-edge specialty health care facility excels in providing rehab, complex care, geriatric services throughout the Niagara region. From teaching people how to drive a car with a prosthetic, to helping individuals diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, to stroke rehab and palliative care, the dedicated staff at Hotel Dieu Shaver work tirelessly to help their patients and their families live life to their fullest. As a strong supporter of Hotel Dieu Shaver, I wanted to express my true appreciation to the organizers, all participants, as well as wish them the best of luck and congratulations on helping to support such an important Niagara organization.
Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are sobering. 35,000 people in our country will be homeless tonight. 235,000 people will experience homelessness this year. Our shelters are full and are at capacity across the country. Mr. Speaker, for older adults and families, the stay is now as long as 20 days. 1 in 4 homeless are older adults or seniors, 1 in 4 homeless are women, and 1 in 5 homeless are youth. My office has started a breakfast program to offer a warm meal every Saturday to those on the street, but we need to do so much more. So we will walk this Saturday, February 25th, for the coldest night of the year, a walk to support those who are hurting, who have no hope, and feel helpless. We will walk to support our shelter outflow in St. John Rosse and the daunting task they face to shelter our homeless with little help. We will be walking and giving our support. It's the least we can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, today the Canadian Taxpayers Federation handed out their annual Teddy Awards for Government Waste, and the Canada Revenue Agency took home the top federal prize for subsidizing the sale of a home that costs about $3.4 million. There was also a strong showing from Public Services and Procurement Canada, who was nominated twice for the rollout of the Phoenix payroll system and for wasting money on office renovations for the Minister of Infrastructure and Status of Women. But, Mr. Speaker, the big winner today was the Ontario Liberals. Not only did they win in the tough provincial category for subsidizing Tesla electric vehicles, which retail at about $135,000, they also took home the Lifetime Achievement Award for their complete and utter bungling of the energy file. However, there's hope for the federal Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Now that Jerry Butts has come to Ottawa, you're well on your way to winning your fair share of these waste awards.
The member to direct his comments to the chair. The member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, residents of Willowdale were shocked and appalled to learn of a cowardly anti-Semitic hate crime. Incidents such as these, in which hateful notes were left at the doorsteps of residents and mezuzahs were destroyed in an act of senseless vandalism, hold no place in Canadian society. I was particularly struck when one of this weekend's victims, Ms. Helen Chaton, told me that she wasn't the least bit surprised to be the target of such hatred. We know that an attack on any one community is an attack on us all. For that reason, we must condemn all forms of intolerance and be ever vigilant in protecting Canadian diversity. The vandalism in my riding and other recent demonstrations of hate and bigotry do not represent the Canada we are recognized for. The Canada we can all stand proud of is the one I witnessed the night prior to this terrible crime when I attended an event convened by a neighboring mosque and synagogue in Thornhill to mark the anniversary of their coming together a year earlier to jointly sponsor a family of Syrian newcomers. As we move forward, let's follow their shining example to make sure there is no place for those who wish to divide.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Black History Month, I want to honor a colleague and friend, Rosemary Brown. Social worker, activist, politician, and determined feminist, Rosemary was dedicated to promoting gender and racial equality at home and abroad. As the first Black woman elected to a Canadian legislature and the first woman to run for the leadership of a federal party, she opened doors for more women and people of color to hold public office. As an MLA in British Columbia, she worked to eliminate sexism from school textbooks, to end discrimination on the basis of age and marital status, and to increase the number of women on public boards. Rosemary was the CEO of the Match International Women's Fund, Chief Commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, and a recipient of the Order of Canada. Rosemary Brown dedicated her life to public service and to the belief, as she said, that until all of us have made it, none of us have made it.
Honourable member for Leeds Grenville, 1,000.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday night, the Liberal and Conservative hockey teams faced off in a battle to raise money for the Terry Fox Foundation and for the HoC Cloutier Trophy in a spirited affair that determined Canadian parliamentary hockey supremacy.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, the game began with you, as you know, playing with the Tories, and as you know, you were traded to the Liberals in a blockbuster mid-game trade. The Conservatives scored first and put the overtaxed Liberals in a small deficit. Mr. Speaker, we tried to warn the Liberals about deficits, but without a plan to return to surplus, that small first-period hole quickly grew out of control. When the final ballots were ranked, the Conservatives had 9 and the Liberals had 3. First past the goalpost 9 times, and no referendum was required. While the Conservatives skated away victorious, the real winner was the Terry Fox Foundation, raising money for cancer research, which received close to $6,000 in donations from the players and from the fans. Thanks to everyone who came out to support the cause.
It was good fun. Jacket's back on now, folks. L'honorable de Vimy.
Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, today is Pink Shirt Day, an initiative that is intended to end bullying in all of its forms, regardless of one's age, regardless of where it happens. On this day, people wear a bright pink shirt to create public awareness about bullying in our daily lives among children and among adults. Bullying is never acceptable, and its consequences on one's life and self-esteem can be serious. We are all capable of being kind, of being compassionate, and of being altruistic. As the slogan for Pink Shirt Day says, being nice is always a choice worth making. Let's spread this message, and let's all work towards a world without any bullying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were surprised to wake up this morning to news that the Prime Minister has sold part of our healthcare system to China. He has approved the sale of one of British Columbia's largest seniors' homes operators to a Chinese company, Onbong Insurance. This company is described as having, and I quote, a very murky ownership structure. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister please tell us exactly who owns Onbong Insurance?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation that relies on engagement with countries around the world to create good jobs in Canada, to create economic growth. We have a policy that allows us to draw in global investment to create jobs and opportunities for Canadians, while at the same time ensuring that it is in Canadians' benefit, in the benefit of our country, that we move forward in a thoughtful, responsible way. That's exactly what we did in this case.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that the Prime Minister would agree to sell a Canadian healthcare facility to China without doing the due diligence. Last fall, several Wall Street firms, including Morgan Stanley, refused to work with Onbong Insurance because they couldn't get any information on structure and ownership. So, Mr. Speaker, with so many questions surrounding this company, how could the Prime Minister say yes to this Chinese takeover, and how many more of these deals is he going to make with China?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government continues to be open to investments that create middle-class jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. Cedar Tree has committed, it's confirmed a strong commitment to the ongoing quality of operations of the Canadian retirement residences and to its health care workers. They will remain subject to provincial oversight on seniors' care facilities, ensuring the rules for the care of seniors continue to be followed, and will keep the current number of full and part-time jobs.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Prime Minister to ensure Canadians that he will not eliminate consecutive prison terms. Our party felt that all victims and families deserve to have these life sentences for each murder. Doesn't the Prime Minister agree that these murderers should get a life sentence for every life they've taken? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, the responsibility of every government is to protect citizens, provide justice for victims, and respect the Charter. That's exactly what I asked our Minister of Justice to do by reviewing our criminal code, and we will do exactly that. Of course, by ensuring the independence of the judiciary. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And their 5-year-old grandson, Nathan, were brutally murdered by Douglas Garland. But because of consecutive sentences, he will spend the rest of his life in jail with no chance of parole. While nothing can fix what happened to that family, at least they can take some comfort in knowing that they will not be re-victimized. Does the Prime Minister agree with the sentence that Douglas Garland received? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports the work of our judges and our judiciary. We know that we need, as a government, to make sure that we're protecting the safety of our citizens, getting justice for victims, and indeed respecting our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's exactly what our Minister of Justice is committed to doing as we look over the criminal code and make improvements to make sure that we are protecting the victims, protecting Canadians, and respecting our Charter.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying more and getting less. The Liberals are hiking taxes and adding debt. And for what? Canadians were promised a stronger economy and better jobs, but a lot of the new jobs created are not better jobs. Only 1 in 5 jobs created have been full-time. And last year, the economy grew slower than it did under the previous government. So, Mr. Speaker, all this spending and taxes is hurting the middle class and those who are looking to join it. So how's the Prime Minister going to fix this?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has remained focused on the middle class and those working hard to join it. We lowered taxes on the middle class by raising them on the wealthiest 1%. We brought in a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families, which will help the families with the cost of groceries, of school supplies, of raising their kids, by not helping millionaire families with child benefits like the previous government did. On top of that, we'll be reducing child poverty by 40% with the CCB. This is the kind of focus we have on creating jobs and opportunity and help for the middle class and those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Yesterday, the Minister of Immigration was asked about the American treatment of refugees, and he said, quote, "Nothing has changed." Nothing has changed? Really? A massive immigration crackdown inside the U.S., hundreds of refugees risking life and limb to cross the border, and today, Amnesty International said Trump's fear and scapegoating has increased risks to human rights. All this and another executive order on immigration is on its way. Does the Prime Minister agree with the Minister that nothing has changed and that the U.S. is still a safe country for refugees?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians expect our government to do two things in regards to the United States and indeed the world. We will stand up for Canadian values and defend the principles that has made this country strong, free and great, and at the same time we will work to ensure the protection of Canadian jobs, opportunities for growth, and the success of our small businesses and large businesses. This is the balance that Canadians expect of this government. That is what we will continue to do throughout our relationship with the United States and the world.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to hear these talking points on the economy when we're hearing about more and more asylum seekers who are risking their lives to cross the border to Canada. The government must act quickly to make up for the lack of resources by taking concrete and immediate measures. With the springtime coming, the situation will evolve rapidly. We need more frontline officers at the border, but we also need to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. The Prime Minister said everyone was welcome in Canada, so when will the government stop playing ostrich and take action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm pretty surprised to hear the NDP that used to defend the rights of workers completely throw out the window the principle of protecting jobs and creating a good future for Canadian families. We know we have to remain open to the world, but we must also protect Canadian jobs and the prosperity for everyone who comes to this country. That's exactly what we're going to do here in the Liberal Party of Canada. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. We protect workers, but also human rights, and that's what's at stake here. Mr. Speaker, a Canadian had his private life put under the microscope by American border officers before being denied entry. This arbitrary and discriminatory decision was taken after his smartphone revealed his sexual orientation. More and more Canadians are unjustly turned back at the border, and Bill C-23 will open the door to even more abuse. What will the government do to stand up for the rights of Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Anyone who crosses the border has to go through customs. By going through pre-clearance in Canada, we make sure that not only is there greater mobility of goods and services and people and greater ease in getting through to all U.S. airports domestically, not internationally, but we also make sure that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms applies on Canadian soil, even in a pre-clearance system by American officers. That's another layer of protection for Canadians that they wouldn't have if they crossed the border in the U.S.
Prime Minister guaranteed that no Canadians would be mistreated while trying to cross to the U.S. border. But what we have seen, case after case, is very troubling. Muslim Canadians have been targeted. We've seen evidence on racial profiling and repeated cases of Canadians' privacy being invaded. What will this government do to secure clear assurances for Canadians who wish to cross the border? When will this Prime Minister stand up for Canadians? After all, it is Pink Shirt Day. Will he stand up to the bully?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians understand how important it is to defend our sovereignty, and we certainly defend our capacity to make determinations about who gets to come to Canada and how. That's something we've demonstrated amply over decades of our history. Similarly, we respect the responsibility of other countries to make determinations about who comes into their borders. But what we do on pre-clearance in Canada ensures that it is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that protects Canadians and others on Canadian soil, even though they're going through American customs systems. It is a good system that allows for smoother movement of goods and services, easier access to the United States, and protection.
Order. I encourage the member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley to not interrupt and to listen to the answers.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, with the upcoming budget, many people are worried, and with good reason. This government wants to put forward certain things. The Prime Minister likes to refer to the 1% increase in income to those who earn the most, but there are going to be huge deficit. Now the seniors are worried about pension income splitting. Are they going to attack those people or allow them to keep pension income splitting? It's very important for people who only have that as income. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we decided to do very important things for seniors in Canada. In our first budget, we increased the guaranteed income supplement for the most vulnerable. We changed retirement age back down to 65 years. We want to make sure that we'll have a situation where our economy works, but at the same time, the most vulnerable are in a good situation. That's very important for our country, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. So, no answer, Mr. Speaker. Another very worrisome topic is that forestry workers across the country are living with uncertainty about the softwood lumber agreement with the U.S., and now we have the woodland caribou that we've been hearing about for a long time. In 2015, the previous government had put forward a measure to get more information. This government says we base our decision on science, but we don't have enough on the woodland caribou. Will the government get the tools necessary to figure out the reality of the woodland caribou and not cut jobs? I hope they will do their job before they cut back. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, our government has made a commitment to Canadians to protect and support biodiversity in this country and to improve protect the recovery of species at risk, including caribou. Our government is very focused on ensuring that Canada continues to have a robust natural resources sector that creates jobs for middle-class Canadians. We're working with the provinces and territories and with Indigenous people and stakeholders to support their efforts in protecting caribou. That's why, Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is meeting with her provincial and territorial counterparts to develop a plan for the protection of caribou that takes into account socioeconomic circumstances.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, for months the Human Resources Committee has been asking witnesses how to offset the burden of a carbon tax. We heard it loud and clear. Don't charge it in the first place. It's too bad the Wynne Liberals in Ontario didn't get this advice before ramming a similar tax on small businesses, families and commuters. When will this Prime Minister look at how Ontario has been devastated and stop forcing this bad idea on Canadians?
Good job. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, putting a price on pollution is one component of our plan to address climate change and create jobs. I should note that 80% of Canadians already live in a jurisdiction that has a price on carbon. This is due to the leadership shown by the provinces, given the complete lack of action on the climate file that happened over the previous 10 years under the previous government. Pricing pollution has been endorsed by economists, by leading Canadian businesses, and indeed by leading Conservatives, including Preston Manning, Patrick Brown, Mark Cameron, and a number of MPs on that side of the House. The federal-provincial agreement on the Pan-Canadian framework contains a number of measures, including pricing of pollution, that will effectively address climate change and create good middle-class jobs.
Order. I know the member for Calgary Signal Hills not want to hear the answers as well as the question. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, heat or eat, that was the issue raised at a recent meeting of the Barrie chapter of the Canadian Association of Retired People. And the sad reality is many in Ontario, especially Ontario seniors, are facing this choice because of the failed green energy policy of Kathleen Wynne and the Ontario Liberals. And now with Wynne's friends running the Prime Minister's office, Ontario seniors will have to pay a federal Liberal carbon tax on things like home heating and electricity, driving the cost of everything even higher, Mr. Speaker. Why do Liberals force seniors to make a choice between heating their homes and eating?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to take this opportunity to remind all members of this House of the very important agenda we have around supporting seniors. We have moved to 65 years old, the age of eligibility to old age security, which is going, Mr. Speaker, to prevent 100,000 vulnerable seniors into falling into severe poverty. We have increased the guaranteed income supplement by up to $1,000. That is going to benefit almost 1 million seniors and taking 13,000 of them out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. This is a clear signal of our long-standing agenda, long-term.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government borrows a lot of money to have projects to please their Liberal friends, but they forget that all this borrowed money has to be reimbursed someday, and that's the bill we're sending our children and grandchildren. In the meantime, the Liberal government increases taxes on Canadian workers. The result is that families, entrepreneurs, students are paying more taxes today than they did 2 years ago. Can the Minister of Finance make a commitment a few weeks before the budget not to increase all these taxes on Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the results are very clear. We have reduced taxes for the middle class. That's a reality. An individual that's middle class pays $330 less, and a family $540. 9 out of 10 families get the Canada Child Credit. $2,300 more this year. There's more money for the middle class, more money for the most vulnerable, and we will continue with this program to help them. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, changes to the tax system benefited those who have the most money in their pockets. Those who earn $44,000 had no gains. About $2.50 per week for those earning $66,000. But those who earn $199,000 a year won the jackpot. That's the reality of the Liberal Party. Could the federal government finally give Canadians the real details and tell them they will not have to pay more taxes in the next budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the truth is very clear. For 9 families out of 10 with children, the situation is much better. They have up to $5,400 more a year. If it's a woman with 1 child with a $30,000 income, for instance, $2,300 more on average than last year. So there's a big change there. And then a reduction in income tax. That will continue to be our program. We want to improve the situation of the middle class and the most vulnerable.
A new research report states the benefits touted in CETA are based on flawed, unrealistic economic models. It concludes that CETA will result in 23,000 jobs lost in Canada and increased inequality. Mr. Speaker, the NDP have been saying this all along. The Prime Minister himself admits these realities exist, but only in Europe before a sea of tuxedos and ball gowns. So again, I ask, does the government have a plan to address the job losses and increased inequality that will be generated in Canada by CETA?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. CETA is the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated by Canada or the EU. It will create jobs, bolster our shared prosperity, and strengthen the middle class. The study the member referred to doesn't even take into account tariffs. But as our Prime Minister said in his address to the European Parliament, this is a forward-looking agreement. It reflects a progressive trade agenda. It empowers societies to stand up for the public good. It's one that puts small and medium-sized enterprises at the heart of what we're focusing on. It puts the interests of workers and consumers at the centre of our negotiations and gives access to small and medium-sized businesses.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
While in opposition, this Prime Minister said that the previous government, quote, failed to address the concerns of sectors that may be negatively impacted by CETA, including Newfoundland and Labrador's fish processors, unquote. Yet now in power, his government is saying it won't offer compensation. So which is it, Mr. Speaker? Since the Liberals agreed to CETA, which they know will cost thousands of jobs in Atlantic Canada, will the minister work with the industry and the provinces to offer proper compensation?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, it perhaps shouldn't surprise you that we disagree with the premise of the member's question. We think that CETA will offer Atlantic Canadians thousands of opportunities for more and better jobs. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're so proud of this historic agreement. And that's why my colleagues and I have been working with provincial premiers, with fisheries ministers, with innovation ministers to ensure that the Atlantic economy and every part of the country is in a position to maximize the benefit from this historic agreement.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have approved the purchase of the largest elder care facility in BC by a Chinese firm with a sketchy background, previously investigated by the U.S. and found lacking. Ombang Insurance has uncertain ownership and uncertain connection to the Chinese government. Why have the Liberals put seniors' care in BC at risk by approving this deal?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, as a member opposite knows, and as the Prime Minister has reiterated, we are open to trade and investment. And under the Investment Canada Act, we did a thorough review and we looked at what was in the overall net economic benefit for Canada. And based on that, we were able to obtain commitments with regards to job levels with this transaction, with regards to the expansion of facilities and financing that. But the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is it's about growing the economy, creating jobs, and strengthening the middle class. And that's exactly what this deal is doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the rules state that the Prime Minister must not discuss government business at Liberal Party fundraisers. But on November 7th, the host of that event said that he did just that. He proudly told the Globe and Mail that he discussed the need for Chinese investments in Canadian seniors' home with the Prime Minister. The review process is then fast-tracked by the Innovation Minister and the sale is improved. So what we would like to hear is, was this issue actually discussed at this fundraiser? Canadians deserve to know.
Honourable Government House Leader.
The Lobbying Commissioner looks at the activity of lobbyists. With respect to previous fundraising activity, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has said that no rules were broken. That being said, we recognize that we can do more, and that's why the Minister of Democratic Institutions will introduce new legislation to make political fundraising even more open and more transparent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, it should be no surprise that this transaction was approved with one of the BC's biggest retirement home sales, including locations in Kamloops, British Columbia. This was just 3 months after a Chinese lobbyist bought access to him at a cozy fundraiser. You know, the U.S. realized that this was a murky deal with cloudy ownership. My question for the Prime Minister is, was this approval bought?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to be clear that when it comes to the previous fundraising activity, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has said that no rules were broken. That being said, we recognize that more can be done, and that's why the Minister of Democratic Institutions will introduce new legislation to make political fundraising more open and more transparent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Most members in all parties are able to sit through question period and hear the questions and the answers without responding. I think members should have faith in the ability of the public at home to judge the quality of one or the other.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberal Party's dubious practice of holding $1,500 fundraising evenings that allow donors to have private chats with ministers and the Prime Minister about their business deals. We now found out that a deal was approved with a Chinese company for the purchase of a large retirement home chain in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us whether leaders or representatives of the Anbang Insurance Company from China paid $1,500 to get privileged access to the Liberals? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite that this particular transaction is subject to the provisions under the Investment Canada Act. That's the act that I am responsible for as the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. We make sure we do a thorough analysis, and any decision we make is in the overall net economic benefit of all Canadians. We looked at the transaction, Mr. Speaker. We made sure that the employment levels were significant. We looked at, with respect to the opportunities in the economy and expansion opportunities for the retirement facility. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is we did a thorough analysis. We made sure it was under the Investment Act.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Canada is preparing to deport a 60-year-old woman, Ms. Azizi, of Iranian origin, who fought for human rights when she lived in Iran. The government claims that there's no risk in sending her back to her country of origin, but we know how the Iranian authorities treat their opponents. In fact, Ms. Azizi's husband himself was executed by those same authorities. So will the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Public Safety commit to studying this case immediately? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank the honourable member for raising the question. I'm familiar with the matter, but as the honourable member can appreciate, I am not allowed by federal privacy laws to comment on specific cases. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, this weekend I was with my colleague from Berthier-Masquis-Nangers asking the Minister of Transport to support the citizens of Mascouche who are angry about the lack of attention the Minister is giving them. There are aerodromes being built without public consultation with other levels of government, and without social license, and this is shameful. Why, despite the opposition of the local population, the opposition of municipalities and the Quebec government, is the minister putting the interests of private developers before those of the population? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as you know, decisions related to aerodromes are provincial jurisdiction, but I would reassure my colleague that we are consulting on this. This is part of our decision-making process. First of all, we need to ensure that the aerodrome will be safe, and secondly, we want to see if it's in the public interest. I made a ministerial decree last March, and I encouraged the same process for the Saint-Hubert airport. So we are following the process and we are consulting before making a decision. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian forestry industry is important for our communities, and people across Canada depend on it for good jobs. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell this House how the government is working with the provinces to maintain the vitality and resilience of this sector? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier for his excellent question. We have worked intensively with the provinces and with the softwood lumber industry. The trade agreement in this area is a priority for our government. Today, I am announcing the implementation of a federal working group on softwood lumber. We are meeting the challenges that workers and their families are facing.
Surrey White-Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reinforced that the Liberals have failed to be transparent to get infrastructure built across Canada, and that smaller communities are being shut out. The Liberals are now funneling $15 billion away from community infrastructure to fund their new bank, a bank which will have no transparency. Will the Liberals stop this wrong-headed plan and return the $15 billion to communities who need it the most?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud of doubling our infrastructure investments. Out of the $180 billion we will invest, only 8% will be flown through the bank, and we will leverage that money to engage the private sector to build more infrastructure that our communities need in order to close that gap that the previous government has left through their inaction for the last decade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, I don't think she'd have so much to say about that if she had spoken to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who confirmed yesterday that he would not be able to analyse the new infrastructure bank. It's not surprising to see a Liberal project lacking transparency, but this only increases our distrust in the Liberals, who would rather invent new bureaucratic structures for their friends rather than approving projects that will create jobs across Canada. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister still intend to set up the bank, or will they finally approve all of these projects in small and medium-sized municipalities who are waiting for these approvals?
Honourable Minister, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we have approved 1,300 projects since taking over, and 50% of those projects are in communities with less than 100,000 population. Out of those 1,300 projects, based on the information provided to us by our partners, provinces and municipalities, 60% of those projects are currently underway, creating opportunities for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We are proud of what we are doing in partnership with delivering the infrastructure commitments that we made to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister broke with standard diplomatic process by announcing Stéphane Dion's dual diplomatic assignments to Europe before consulting the intended hosts. And while dual responsibilities do occur occasionally, the Berlin and Brussels postings are among the most important relationships Canada has to manage. So can the Prime Minister explain the logic of Mr. Dion's twofer appointment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Stéphane Dion has always fought for a better Canada, a greener Canada, a Canada that is more united, and a Canada that is strong. The European Union and Germany are strong friends and allies of Canada, as emphasized.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answer. Members should see enough pink shirts around to know that it's anti-bullying day and order. And certainly interrupting and yelling is a form of aggression and bullying, so let's not have it here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, our relationship with Germany and the European Union was evident in the Prime Minister's visit last week, and we know that Monsieur Dion is extremely competent, talented, and progressive, and that Canadians can be assured that he will fiercely represent Canada and strengthen our relationship with both Germany and the European Union.
For Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that many of Canada's foreign service professionals
past and present, are highly critical of the mixed message the dual appointment sends to Germany and the EU. A former Canadian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, also a former ambassador to the EU, says, "We look like amateur hour." Another former diplomat, also on the public record, says it will be impossible to do justice to both the EU and Germany with one ambassador. So, Mr. Speaker, again, can the Prime Minister explain what message he's sending to our important allies with this bizarre appointment?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Honourable Stéphane Dion has always fought for a better Canada, a greener Canada, a more united Canada, and a stronger Canada. He is extremely talented, competent, and progressive. The European Union and Germany are good friends and allies of Canada, as the Prime Minister mentioned in his speech to the European Union last week and to his during his bilateral visit to Germany. Canadians can be reassured that Mr. Dion will represent Canada with pride.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Liberal government approved a foreign takeover of vital healthcare and seniors facilities in British Columbia. Now, we know Anbang is a massive company whose ownership structure is murky at best, and recently Morgan Stanley refused to do business with them because they don't meet their code of ethics. Now, seniors, healthcare workers, and British Columbians are greatly concerned by this takeover. So can the Prime Minister explain exactly what the net benefit of this takeover is, and whether this issue was ever discussed at a Liberal Cash for Access fundraiser?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, we engaged with the BC government to make sure that they were up to speed on what was going on, to get their feedback as well. Overall, this is about our government's commitment to being open to investment. And we realize when you're open to investments, that helps grow the economy and create jobs. And speaking about jobs, one of the commitments that we obtained was to make sure that we have the current levels that exist within the organization. And more importantly, we're going to make sure that we work with the company associated with this transaction to grow and expand its facilities. The bottom line is this was done under the Investment Canada Act. There was a due process that was followed, and this is in the best interest of Canadians.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, it took a whole year and a half for the Prime Minister to visit the far north, but Northerners are still waiting for action from his government. This week, Northern leaders are meeting to discuss and develop a plan for the future of the Port of Churchill. They want the federal government to step in and nationalize the port and work with First Nations and local partners to take it forward. But first, we need the government to stand up to the American billionaire who's holding us hostage. So when will the government show leadership, step in, stand up for Canadian jobs, and save the port and the community of Churchill?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to go to Churchill and visit with the Northern delegation, and based on the conversations I had with the community in the town hall session that we had, our focus is really around jobs and growth in that area. That is why, under the Western Economic Diversification Fund, we committed to $4.6 million, and these funds are allowing opportunities for people within that region to find opportunities for jobs, particularly around Arctic research and tourism. We approved a few projects, Mr. Speaker. It's about jobs, it's about supporting that region, and we're committed to that particular initiative.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberal decision to arbitrarily lift the visa requirement for Mexico will cost Canadian taxpayers at least $250 million. But what's worse is that government officials also advised the Liberals that lifting the visa requirement on Mexico could mean that travelers involved in organized crime, illegal drugs, or human trafficking could enter Canada with greater ease. Given that Mexico is a key origin point for drugs like cocaine, in lifting the visa requirement, are the Liberals charging Canadian taxpayers $250 million to put their safety at risk?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to rebuilding and strengthening the relationship with Mexico that was considerably damaged by that government. I can tell you that the Mexico visa lift has resulted in lasting economic benefits for Canada, more tourism, more international students coming to Canada. We work very, very closely with Mexican officials to address any risks, and we continue to make sure that we work closely with Mexico to ensure that the visa lift is a success.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last week, child killer and triple murderer Douglas Garland was sentenced to life in prison. And thanks to consecutive sentencing passed by the previous Conservative government, he won't be eligible for parole for 75 years. Now, since the Prime Minister won't, will the Minister of Justice assure Canadians that consecutive sentencing for multiple murderers will not be gutted by the Liberals' so-called criminal code review? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to answer this question and want to emphasize that egregious, heinous crimes are wrong and should be punished. In terms of the criminal code, it already imposes the highest mandatory sentence of life imprisonment for murder, and judges have the ability to exercise their discretion in imposing consecutive sentences. We recognize and applaud judges who undertake to impose, based on their discretion, based on the individual in front of them, the appropriate sentence for the appropriate crime.
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll try another question for the Justice Minister. Women and children are disproportionately the victims of human trafficking and are most commonly exploited for sex. Yet the Liberals introduced Bill C-38, removing the requirement for human trafficking sentences to be served consecutively. If the Prime Minister wants to have any credibility as a feminist, then he should start protecting the rights of human trafficking victims over the rights of perpetrators. Why is he giving human traffickers a break and turning his back on their victims?
Not right. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker, because it gives me the opportunity to speak to Bill C-38, which we introduced. Our government is committed to combating human trafficking and better protecting victims of these crimes. We are going to ensure that this bill moves forward as expeditiously as possible, and the changes that we made with respect to the previous private member's bill 452 were to ensure that our bill is in compliance with the Charter.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My community of London, Ontario is home to one of the largest Yazidi populations in Canada. Tous les députés de cette chambre.
All members in this House agree that helping the most vulnerable people in the world is a proud Canadian tradition.
And other survivors of Daesh who will be arriving in Canada, and the almost 400 who have already arrived, have been through severe physical and emotional trauma. Would the Minister of Immigration please update this House on efforts to help this vulnerable group adjusting to life in Canada?
Honourable Minister.
I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for London North Centre for that excellent question, and all the members of this House for their advocacy and leadership on this really important matter. Yazidi women and girls and other victims and survivors of Daesh have suffered the worst atrocities imaginable. We continue to work very closely with provinces, municipalities, and other government agencies, including school boards, to make sure that the right settlement supports are in place to meet their psychological and integration needs. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Nadia Murad, who I spoke to last night, for her tireless leadership, and we know that Canadians will never forget her leadership on this file.
The honourable member for Banff-Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, another day, another way the Liberals are trying to overtax small businesses. When they announced new rules requiring Canadians to report the sale of their principal residence to the CRA, it turns out it was just the Liberals trying to sneak in another new tax grab on small business owners. Financial advisors are warning small business owners that this change will eliminate the capital gains exemption on the sale of their primary residence if they run a business from their home office. And the Liberal war on small business continues, Mr. Speaker. So will the Finance Minister commit today to reversing this attack on hard-working Canadian small business owners?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to improving our economy, which will help small and medium-sized businesses to be successful. We know that making sure that people actually register their principal residence when they sell it means that people do pay their fair share of taxes if they are in fact required to pay taxes. We do know that in this country that people have the ability to sell their principal residence without taxes, assuming that they in fact have that as their principal residence. That is the law of the land, and that continues to be our position.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats believe that any legislation resulting from this government's accessibility tour starts with the full implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The measures resulting from consultations must deliver more than voluntary standards and awareness-raising activities. It has to support implementation. Will this government do what it promised during the election and implement these important measures?
Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her dedication to the accessibility file. Mr. Speaker, we are fully committed to implementing the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and that's why we were so excited to announce recently that our government, working with provincial and territorial governments, is working on a possible accession to the optional protocol contained within the UN Convention. We have a strong history, Mr. Speaker, of anti-discrimination protection for Canadians with disabilities, including the UN Convention, including the Charter, including human rights law, including employment equity, and very soon including accessibility legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, on February 21st, the Minister of International Development and the Francophonie went to Paris and participated in a conference called Protecting Children from War.
To the Minister of International Development, La Francophonie, update this House on the important announcement she made in Canada's name.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. President, merci à ma collègue de
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Brossard-Saint-Lambert for the question. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce Canada's support for the Declaration on Safety in Schools.
Schools allow children to obtain an education that will help them reach their full potential without fear of being targeted, especially in conflict areas. Education is a fundamental right, and we are proud to join 58 other nations in endorsing this important declaration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Job creation and economic development should be priorities for this government. We have a world leader in innovation called the National Optics Institute, which has a plan to create jobs in Ontario, Alberta, and Quebec. Mr. Speaker, here the Liberal government has a great opportunity to create jobs. Many organizations, including the Conseil du Patronat in Quebec, support the Institute's request. Will this government finally create wealth all across Canada and help support all of this wide range of new businesses?
Développement économique.
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
The member for the question, and the member opposite knows that our government supports this initiative because, as he mentioned, it benefits not only Quebec but other parts of Canada as well. And this is part of our government's ongoing commitment to job creation within that region. Most recently, I was in Mirabel, and we secured 900 jobs and created 1,000 jobs. The commitment to Bombardier secured significant jobs as well, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is we're committed to that region, we're committed to jobs, and we're committed to growth, and we will support this particular initiative, Mr. Speaker.
For Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, Canada has led in UN negotiations to ban biological weapons, ban chemical weapons, ban cluster munitions, and ban landmines. And just last week, the organizational meetings began for the next frontier to ban nuclear weapons. But Canada wasn't there. 101 other countries were, and I'd like to ask the Honourable Prime Minister if he can assure this House that Canada will play a leading role once again to ban the world, to end the threat of nuclear war.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in regards to the concern from my friend, I want to ensure her and all Canadians that we are working hard to ensure that our children inherit a world free from nuclear weapons. But, Mr. Speaker, that requires real, concrete action, and that is what Canada is doing for the first time ever. And let me be clear here, it was the first time ever Canada rallied 177 states to support a resolution calling for a fissile material cutoff treaty. Mr. Speaker, this is genuine and tangible change, and this will help phase out nuclear weapons and allow us to get to a world free from nuclear weapons for our children. Thank you.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Greg Ottenbright, Minister of Rural and Remote Health for the province of Saskatchewan. Comme il est 15h12.
As it is 3:12, the House will now move to deferred recorded votes on the third reading of Bill C-18. Summon the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hyde.
Ms. Hyde.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite
Monsieur
Nation.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sohoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Monsieur Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dal.
Mr. Van Dal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr.
Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebed.
Mr. Lebed.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Bertud.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr.
Mr.
Kitchen.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton,
Ms.
Strathcona.
Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Suite.
Boutin Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Richards. Yeas pour 291, 291. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 8 minutes. Order. I ask members to join me with shh. Thank honorable colleagues, and I encourage members to carry on the discussions in the lobbies or somewhere else they might like. Tabling of documents. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement for Science, Technology and Innovation Cooperation between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Korea, done at Seoul on December 20th, 2016. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the following report from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Special Examination Report, International Development Research Centre of the Fall 2016 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Député de Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, entitled The New Process for Judicial Appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a response to this report. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Capus Casing.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to table this e-petition signed by more than 500 individuals in support of the Algoma passenger train service. It was sponsored by the Coalition for the Algoma Passenger Train, who created 2 online petitions as well as postcard and paper petition campaigns. La Coalition for Algoma Passenger Trains rappelle au gouvernement.
The coalition reminds the government that for more than 100 years, this passenger train offered safe and affordable access to nature in all seasons while supporting a tourism industry along the route.
Remote and traditional territory, and was the only safe option available for 75% of the properties along that line. Since passenger services stopped, people have been stranded when their vehicles have been badly damaged on industrial roads that are not maintained for public use. Businesses cite the social, economic, employment, and tax-generating benefits documented in a 2015 BDO Canada report. That's why these petitioners are calling on the government to put the Algoma passenger train back in service and to ensure that the mission of Transport Canada is fulfilled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Fisherman's Cove RV and Campground in Hunts Point, Nova Scotia, located steps from the Atlantic Ocean in the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. The petitioners call upon the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition organized by Nicole Gralin, Youth Human Rights Toronto Director. The petition calls upon Parliament to implement public and private sector organizations to promote the Universal Declaration of Human Rights through education campaigns, events, broad publication, and dissemination of the Declaration to children and adults throughout Canada. Thank you.
Spanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present 2 petitions today. The first is primarily from people in the area of Salmon Arm, British Columbia. They're calling on this Parliament to establish a tax rebate. One way they suggest is by eliminating the goods and services tax to encourage the purchase of new hybrid and electric vehicles. There's a big transformation happening in our vehicle fleet, and the more that we get internal combustion engines off the road, the more greenhouse gases we reduce. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents within my own riding. The petitions keep coming in, calling on the House of Commons to at long last get rid of the perverse first-past-the-post voting system bring in fair voting with proportional representation.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Motion for second reading, Bill C-23, Pre-Clearance Act, and on the amendment of Monsieur Dubé.
Debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the people of Canada and the many travelers, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak to this legislation that will allow Canada to move forward with ratifying the agreement on land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America. As members of this House, our government has made it a priority to build a strong and mutually beneficial relationship with the United States and Canada. Canada and the United States share the longest, most open, most successful international border in history. Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act, reflects our united efforts to maintain and develop the success of this border, wherein security and efficiency go hand in hand in expediting legitimate and vital cross-border trade and travel. Both our nations believe in the importance of encouraging economic growth and building effective trade relationships with our allies. And both our nations believe in the benefits of close collaboration with each other and with our allies to guard against shared threats to our security. It is from this foundation that Canada and the United States have built the robust economic partnership that we enjoy today. In my time today, I will look at how pre-clearance is working at present, as well as tremendous economic opportunities that it will offer in the future. I will also address the amendment the NDP has moved with reasons for opposing this bill. The NDP amendment asks us to reject the bill because of what it refers to as the climate of uncertainty at the U.S. border, as well as the impacts on new American policies with respect to immigration and concern about privacy rights. I disagree with those reasons, and I'll express why a little bit later, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, travel for vacation with family or friends or travel for business is a prime or popular experience for many Canadians and Canadian businesses. Pearson Airport in my home city of Mississauga recorded more than 12 million travelers both ways between Canada and the United States in 2016. More than 400,000 people flow back and forth between Canada and the United States every single day. Close to $2.5 billion in two-way trade from multiple sectors move cross-border between us every single day. Clearly, our robust partnership is not a nice-to-have, it's vital for our continued security and economic growth. To this end, we must have an effective border that is at once close to security threats and open to legitimate trade and travel. This legislation before us is a great example of how we're working to manage our borders better. Mr. Speaker, for travelers who are going from Canada to the United States, pre-clearance has existed in one form or another for more than 60 years. It's currently available in 8 Canadian airports. Pre-clearance allows travelers to complete American customs and immigration procedures in Canada before leaving Canada. Once they land in the U.S., they forego customs lineups, reduce delays, and inefficiencies. Direct access is provided to many destinations that would otherwise require connecting flights, as some of these destinations do not have customs arrangements. If pre-clearance did not exist, Toronto Pearson International Airport, for example, could not offer direct flights to almost half of its destinations in the United States, because those airports don't have customs and immigration facilities, Mr. Speaker. The impact is substantial. With pre-clearance services at Pearson Airport, travelers have direct flights to 50 U.S. destinations, but would be limited to a mere 27 if these services were not available. In addition to the substantial economic benefits, there are security benefits to be found, notably because goods and travelers are pre-cleared before they leave the country. Pre-clearance officers are able to refuse inadmissible goods and travelers before entry into the destination country, rather than turning them back after they arrive. Now, Speaker, the NDP charged that there is some kind of threat to our sovereignty. I'll mention 2 points, Speaker. First, U.S. pre-clearance officers in Canada will continue to be bound by our laws and Constitution. The second point I want to make, the agreement contains full reciprocity. The U.S. pre-clearance officers would only be allowed to carry the same arms as Canadian border officers in the same environment. And the same is true for Canadian officers in the U.S. Because CBSA officers don't carry firearms in airport terminals, neither will their American counterparts. Mr. Speaker, let us consider also the effect on trades of goods and services. Currently, goods includes currency and monetary instruments, and for those in transit to another destination via the USA. Business would be delayed or avoided because of inconvenience, Speaker, or time constraints, should these clearance facilities not be available at major centres at least. Various chambers of commerce and newly proposed pre-clearance cities endorse this legislation, as does John Manley, CEO of the Canadian Council of Chief Executives, all concurring that the agreement would enhance business and specifically tourism and travel industries. Bill C-23 will enable us to take full advantage of an agreement to expand pre-clearance services to Canadians. Informal train and cruise ship sites on the West Coast will be regularized, and the door will be open for other new Canadian venues and pre-clearance of cargo, Speaker. The expansion, real and projected, of these services is a win not only for the people who wish to travel to the United States, it is also a win for our economy. The cross-border economy relies on efficient, effective border crossing. Border delays are considered an impediment to both tourism and businesses. Pre-clearance encourages economic benefits to tourism and trade. Our economy is attuned to cross-border accessibility. Over $400 million worth of cross-border goods and $50 billion in services were exported to the United States in 2015. Tourism activities in the same year included 12.5 million overnight travelers from the United States, accounted directly for $35.5 billion of Canada's GDP. Our government committed during our 2015 election to removing any hassles for Canadian business people crossing the border with goods by promoting a steadier flow of goods and business travelers. Now, Madam Speaker, the NDP has asked why we shouldn't just continue with the existing legal framework for pre-clearance. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is simple. Without new legislation, there can be no expansion of pre-clearance. Defeating C-23 would mean no facilities of Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City, Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, Montreal Central Station for Rocky Mountaineer, West Coast cruise ships and ferry terminals, no pre-clearance of cargo, and no possibility of Canadian pre-clearance in the U.S. That would be bad for Canadian travelers and bad for the Canadian economy. The streamlining of border procedures by Bill C-23 is preceded by the knowledge that Canada and the United States have a history of successful pre-clearance operations since 1952, Madam Speaker. In U.S. pre-clearance sites in Canada, U.S. officers in pre-clearance areas, perimeters, are subject to Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. They proceed in their pre-clearance tasks. Hence, that pre-clearance area is like an enclave in Canada, with U.S. authorities employing their U.S. authorized clearance regulations who are governed by Canadian laws. In the administration of those seeking pre-clearance, including people in transit, Canadian rights and freedoms are safely maintained in those pre-clearance areas and perimeters pre-assigned by the Governor in Council. The Act is well conceived as an instrument for pre-clearance operations and optimally protects rights and maintains security. pre-clearance enhances the economy by improving the flow of legitimate travel and trade, and at the same time, safeguarding the integrity of our border, all under the protective arm of the Canadian law and its charters. The call by the NDP to reject this bill, based on the situation in the United States and how it affects immigration and privacy rights, is not the correct course of action. It is precisely why enacting legislation like C-23 with a clear legal framework governing the actions of U.S. officers that we are able to best be able to reduce uncertainty for Canadian travelers, protect against ebbs and flows of American policy, and defend Canadians' rights, as was pointed out by the Minister of Public Safety. The alternative is for Canadians to be processed by U.S. border guards on U.S. soil with none of these legal and constitutional protections. So I urge the NDP to recognize the benefits of expanded pre-clearance. They need to pass this bill in order to realize those benefits and the safeguards this bill contains to ensure that Canadians' rights are well protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for. Oh, just a second. I want to make sure I get it right. Huh? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sioux.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his comments on this, but I simply don't understand his position, and he does, I think, misportray the NDP position. We're not opposed to expanding pre-clearance. We're simply asking the question, when pre-clearance has functioned all this time without granting what I would call extreme powers to the U.S. officials in the United States, why we need those extra powers? Why do we need to say that American agents can detain Canadians? Why do we need to say that they can carry firearms? This has been working perfectly well without these provisions. And when the member says that they operate under Canadian law, that's simply not true. They do not apply Canadian law. They have no training in Canadian law. They know, I would say, virtually nothing about the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And simply saying that that's true doesn't make it so. So why do we need these new expanded powers for the American officials at the border, especially at a time when gay and lesbian Canadians and Muslim Canadians are having a difficult time getting into the United States?
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And being from a part of our country that relies a great deal on tourism and travel and trade, British Columbia, abutting Washington State, Madam Speaker, you know, when I spoke, we talked about our history. 60 years, Madam Speaker, of pre-clearance. This has been a great exercise for both nations to be able to have that travel and that trade between our citizens. And as also I spoke, Madam Speaker, what we find is that those U.S. guards do fall under our legal system, Madam Speaker, under our charter, under our Bill of Rights, under our Human Rights Act, Madam Speaker. And I find I can say to the member, and I'm sure the member's own experience has been one where the facilitation of being able to move through the border with ease and having that pre-clearance has allowed for much travel and trade, and it's something that we want to expand. So we find that with this expansion and the reciprocity that we have brought in with the United States on this, because they've already moved on their act, we want to allow that to happen so that
it's questions and comments, so it's not time to do a whole speech. I'm sorry. I'm sure that the conversation is quite interesting, but we have to allow other people to ask questions. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan. Oh, sorry. Did I have the wrong? Oh, sorry. Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of cooperation in the House on this, given the fact that this legislation goes back a number of years and has crossed many different administrations. But my concern going forward is not necessarily so much in the text of the legislation, although I will have some concerns addressed in my speech coming up in a few minutes. But the apparent disjointedness when it comes to the policies of the U.S. administrations versus the new Canadian administration that we have right now when it comes to marijuana legalization, when it comes to refugees and dealing with cross-border issues, how the implications of Bill C-23 being passed at this time. We've got to this point because of confidence-building measures. We're adding more destinations and more terminals and more facilities to the list, as the member aptly points out. But at a time when the Canadian policy seems to be completely disjointed from the U.S. policy, can he expect going forward that an implementation that is based on good faith between two countries won't cause some issues?
Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
I thank the honourable member for the question. The member's quite right. Because of our long-standing relationship with the United States and the reciprocity that is within the act that they have passed and what we are trying to do here, there is a clear understanding of our laws and American laws and how pre-clearance has benefited both nations, Madam Speaker. So, speaking to the member, Canadians that go through in terms of the pre-clearance are covered under our laws. U.S. law enforcement understand that, Madam Speaker, at the border, and this is the way that we can now expand on our pre-clearance. And Madam Speaker, this will bring substantial benefit to Canadians to be able to, again, travel and do trade in the United States. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Red Deer, Lacombe. Now, it is great to be able to get up and speak on Bill C-23 today, the Pre-Clearance Act of 2016. It's nice to see that the Liberals are following through on a Conservative initiative, which was to expand pre-clearance. And it really is a tribute to the relationship, the very productive relationship that Prime Minister Stephen Harper had with former President Barack Obama when they signed the Beyond the Border Agreement. And we know that this legislation, Bill C-23, fulfills one of the requirements from that Beyond the Border Agreement. Now, already Canadians have been able to benefit from pre-clearance and facilitate trade, facilitate tourism, and facilitate the movement of business people back and forth across our great border. And now we're going to be able to add an additional number of airports and railway stations beyond the 8 airports that we currently have in Canada where pre-clearance already takes place. Last year alone, 12 million Canadians went through pre-clearance as they were traveling to the United States. So this is significant. This is something that our airlines want. It's something that more airports and train stations want to capitalize on. And we look forward to making sure that we bring this legislation for a fulsome debate here in the House, but also to have appropriate hearings at committee so that we can deal with all our stakeholder groups to ensure that this is addressing their needs, that all of the concerns that are out there regarding some of the extra powers that are being granted to U.S. border agents at the pre-clearance stations are addressed under C-23, such as detention authority. And we also want to make sure that some of the other concerns revolving around refugee and immigration is thoroughly sought out. But at this stage, the Conservatives will be supporting this bill to get it to committee, to hear from all the experts and stakeholder groups, and ultimately to see if there's amendments that are required or whether or not the bill actually addresses the concerns that are being raised. So currently we have Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax airports, which have already benefited for years from the pre-clearance. And that goes back to an agreement that was signed back in 2001, the Agreement on Air Transportation, pre-clearance that was done between the Government of Canada and the United States. But the more that we can update it, legislation was updated back in 2012. Things continue to change and evolve, and so now it's time to again expand it, and this is going to happen in 4 different parts. Now, it is important to note that some of the places that we are going to be adding into this legislation that is Quebec's Jean Lesage International Airport, Toronto's Billy Bishop City Airport on the island, Montreal Central Train Station, and of course the Rocky Mountaineer. All places that can utilize the pre-clearance program. We ought to talk to these stakeholder groups at the airports and the train companies to make sure that any concerns that they have, Madam Speaker, as to cost, because they have to bear out those costs, is going to be more than compensated for by increasing ticket fares and making sure that they get the volume of business, the extra volume of business, by having the pre-clearance possibilities. Now, just quickly, there's 4 parts to Bill C-23. Part 1, of course, is the United States pre-clearance officers to conduct pre-clearance of Canadian travelers here. It also gives pre-clearance in the U.S. to Canadian officers. Part 3 is one of the ones that I've heard from, got some concerns from my own writing, is that American Border Services officers are going to be given an exemption from criminal liability by an amendment to the criminal code, and of course there is some concerns around that and how they're going to use those powers in the pre-clearance areas that are going to be dedicated to the United States here in Canada. And then Part 4 will make consequential amendments to the Custom Act and the existing pre-clearance act that we have here by repealing that current act. I think Canada should always remember we do have a special relationship with the United States. There's only 6 countries currently that have this pre-clearance arrangement, and 15 airports across around the world that have U.S. border guards doing the pre-clearance in their countries. And of course, out of those 15 airports, 8 of them currently are here in Canada. So we do have a special relationship, and by expanding this, because of the relationship between Canada and the United States and the negotiations between former Prime Minister Stephen Harper and former President Barack Obama under the Beyond the Border initiative, we are moving forward. I can tell you that anything that we can do to expand trade, and I know that the Minister of Public Safety has alluded to the fact that this pre-clearance may be expanded to include cargo traffic, and shipments of containers and other commodities, so that we can, again, move quicker in ensuring that our trade relationship with the United States continues to expand. And as we know, $2.4 billion of goods every day cross the border between Canada and the United States. And Canada is the Americans' largest customer, buying over $338 billion worth of goods and services in 2015. $338 billion. That's an amazing number, and something that ultimately we have to protect. And in my riding the Selkirk Interlake in Eastman, in Manitoba, I can tell you that the United States is a critical partner. It's critical from the standpoint of moving our goods and services, of moving vehicles and transportation equipment. We have in Winnipeg a couple of bus companies that move their buses back and forth over the border all the time. Mayflower Industries actually build parts of their buses in North Dakota and parts in Winnipeg, and the bus move back and forth over that border numerous occasions. We've got, Versatile Tractor, and of course those tractors are in demand in the United States. Plus we use a lot of minerals and natural resources and chemical products and electric and electronic equipment go back and forth all the time. And we can never forget about the food industry, the beverage industry, and of course the agriculture industry, and how important that trade is to Manitoba and indeed to all of Canada. Now, with the pre-clearance of passengers, that is important to our tourism industry. And in my writing, it's something that represents in Manitoba, over 20,000 jobs are tied to the tourism industry. We're talking about a total of $1.6 billion worth of tourism in Manitoba every year. 6% of that comes into the Interlake region, where people come up for hunting, for fishing, for enjoying our beautiful lakes like Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba. And those visitors want to come because it's easy to come and it's affordable to come to Manitoba and, of course, to all Canada. And so 6% of all tourism spending happens in Manitoba. 12% of the visitors come to the Interlake region where I live. And I can tell you that is something that we are very proud of, and something that is critical to our economy and critical to employment opportunities. Now, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, there is concerns out there about some portions of this bill, including the exemptions being provided to U.S. border guards under exemptions under the criminal code. There is some concerns over how Canadians that may enter into a pre-clearance area may have difficulty in returning if they decide to change their mind or get rejected by the U.S. Border Services? And, is there proper provisions to deal with things like strip searching? Is there proper refugee protection claims and flag polling, which happens at most border crossings where people that are permanent residents that need to leave the country to renew their permanent residency often just drive down to the border and do what's called flag polling, where you just turn around and come back in and reapply at the Canadian border office. Now that could be somewhat not possible through pre-clearance facilities, and it's something that needs to be studied and looked at by the committee, and something that we expect that to happen. But ultimately, the rights of law-abiding Canadians, the safety of law-abiding Canadians have to be protected under Bill C-23. And the one thing that we want to make sure as well, and that we want to study at committee, is how will Bill C-23 really come together with Liberal policies and what's recently happened, such as the legalization of marijuana, which the government has consent upon doing, where Matthew Harvey received a lifetime ban from the United States because he admitted to a U.S. border guard that he had smoked pot. Now, if he can get a lifetime ban for that, how much is that going to affect other Canadians who are now going to be facing similar questions, knowing that the Liberal government wants to legalize marijuana in this country? With that, I'm looking forward to taking any questions, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his intervention and speech today. When you mentioned Manitoba, that's where I'm from as well, and great place to travel to. There's a lot of back and forth travel between our countries. I wonder if the member could comment on the advantages of having a quarantine area within our country under Canadian laws, should there be any problems, versus a quarantine area in the United States if there are problems in the United States, and how their laws would apply in that case.
Our member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank the member for the question. I can tell you that this bill is going to be critical to trade down the road, and it is important to the movement of people between our two great nations, between Canada and the United States. And everything that we can do to facilitate that is in our best interest. Now, of course, the rhetoric coming about reopening NAFTA is something that I think all of us should be concerned about. But I think that this legislation is a signal to the Americans, a signal to the U.S. administration in Washington that we want to continue to do business. We want to continue those close relationships between Canada and the United States so that it's in the best interest of both our countries.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for Selkirk Interlake Eastern. I think he quite accurately raised the nature of the concerns. I haven't heard anyone say that this bill should be defeated, as was suggested by an earlier Liberal speaker. I think it's a question of getting the balance right and finding ways to protect Canadians, permanent residents in Canada who find themselves at the border. We've heard many stories, including some from colleagues here in this House, of being turned back at the U.S. border in ways that were unreasonable and demeaning. We also know that the current approach of the new administration is to talk about extreme vetting without being able to define it. And I don't think we've had anyone suggest that we're actually going to put every U.S. border agent through a law course to understand the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So I wonder if my honourable colleague would agree with me that the bill could be more easily strengthened by ensuring that every Canadian or permanent resident has the absolute right to leave the pre-clearance area if they choose to.
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, and this is one of the questions the government's going to have to answer when we get this bill into committee, is whether or not the rights of permanent residents, and all Canadians for that matter, in pre-clearance are going to be protected. So this is where the study is going to be needed to really drill down on the legality, on the charter rights of all Canadians, whether they're citizens or they're landed immigrants or permanent residents, so that they can have full access to all charter rights. And this is where it comes down into I guess, with the exemptions under the criminal code that are being offered to U.S. border agents, is something that we really need to study in more detail. But overall, this bill meets the needs of what Canada wants in the terms of more pre-clearance operations across this country, so that our airline companies, our railways, those that are doing business, those that are just touring around, have the opportunity to leave for more destinations, and that is good for Canada, and that's good for business with the United States.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was really interested in hearing how the Rocky Mountaineer was one of the pre-clearance opportunities. And I have to say how important that is. If you can imagine, if you get on a fantastic tour train and then you're having to stop for clearance issues, how this will make it a much more pleasant and seamless experience. So I just want to note that and ask my colleague if he has anything to add in terms of the importance of the tourist experience.
Brief answer from the member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
The Rocky Mountaineer is a Canadian icon, and it's a beautiful railway. And be able to go out there and bring in Americans easier, or Canadians to go on their spur down into the United States from Canada is something that, if we can facilitate that movement of people, will actually be very beneficial, not just to the company, but to all the tourism in the region, and allows people to come in and make that trip right out to Vancouver if they want to on the Rocky Mountaineer, rather than just going on the spur down into the United States as well. So better utilization of the entire company infrastructure, and that's going to benefit everyone that is got any relationship with Rocky Mountaineer.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I sure appreciate the comments from my colleague previous from Selkirk Interlake. I thought when he was going to mention all the opportunities in his great riding of tourism, he talked about hunting and fishing, but he didn't mention the Crown Royal plant there, and I thought that's what most people went to Gimli for. But anyway, perhaps I'm giving away my secret travel plans, but all that aside, it's great to see colleagues in the House today having a little bit of bipartisan cooperation on a matter as significant as this. This is an issue where I think most common sense folks, are looking to their parliamentarians, their elected people, to the government to do things to make their lives easier. We all know, as members of Parliament, we all travel a lot. Some of us travel a lot more than the everyday average Canadian does, but there's a lot of Canadians that travel for purposes of work, for leisure, on a daily basis. I've seen statistics somewhere, Madam Speaker, that at any point in time there's 500,000 people in airplanes around the world that are actually flying at one particular point in time. So it just goes to show how many, the sheer volume and magnitude of how important some of these kinds of agreements are. And of course, the arrangement between Canada and the U.S. is astronomical. We share, I think, just under 9,000 kilometers of border with the United States, and there's no other two countries in the world that share this kind of an arrangement or have this kind of opportunity. And it's been mentioned by many in this House already, the enormous and vastness of the trade, the like-mindedness of the cultures, although we as Canadians like to separate ourselves apart and remain distinct, and we are. We have far more in common, though, with our American cousins than we do in difference, despite some of the differences that we do have. And it's important that we maintain that relationship. It's important because not only is the United States one of our closest friends and allies, they are obviously our closest neighbor, and we have to continue to build that trustful relationship, but they're our best trading and commerce partner. It's not any secret at all that north of 70% of all the goods that are exported and services that are exported from Canada go to the United States. We rely on their consumer marketplace in order to keep our economy healthy and strong here at home. 1 in 5 or 6 jobs here in Canada actually depends on our ability to export goods and services. So this is absolutely critical and vital. And while this particular agreement, Madam Speaker, doesn't deal specifically with with cargo, this is the precursor. I mean, these pre-clearance areas that we have, and we all know, anybody who's at a major airport in Canada knows that when they're traveling to the United States, whether you're in Calgary Airport or here at the Ottawa Airport or other major airports, Toronto, for example, the only pre-clearance that we have that I'm aware of anyway that I've used is you can actually go in and pre-clear U.S. customs on Canadian soil. So for those Canadians that are watching this right now wondering what this debate's about, this is about actually clearing U.S. customs on Canadian soil and about Canadians clearing Canadian customs on U.S. soil at various points of departure and points of entry. That way, when we land in our respective countries, we're already there. We can just walk straight out the door of the airport or the train terminal or whatever it happens to be and go about our business. So that's why these agreements are so important. Now, part of this has been started, well, like I said, the impetus for these things have started long ago. Various administrations come and go in both Canada and the United States. Sometimes there's a thickening of the border, sometimes there's a thinning of the border. But I can go back to the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and the agreement that he made with then President Barack Obama in order to work on some of these initiatives back in 2011. And most members of Parliament that haven't done so already, I would encourage you to get a Nexus card. I remember when Stockwell Day was here and he was the minister, did a great job working with the U.S. counterparts so that we had that Trusted Traveler program. That Trusted Traveler program is absolutely critical for anybody who travels on a regular basis. And if you don't have your Nexus card, I can assure you that if you get one, you'll see the benefits of that immensely. And that's just one aspect for those folks who are watching right now, where you don't need a passport per se. If you're just going to the United States on a regular basis, you just simply need to get that Nexus card. Any land crossing, air crossing, you can just go through that. Show your Nexus card. It's as good as a passport for getting into the United States and getting back home into Canada. Your process is sped up because you are a trusted traveler, going through security and going through customs. And it's absolutely fantastic. And these are the kinds of things, Madam Speaker, where we have an opportunity to build upon the trust that we have between our two countries. So now we come to Bill C-23, and this is the current government, the Liberal government, has put this bill forward. The bill has obviously some good intentions in it. I'm not going to I have some concerns, but those are matters for debate. I applaud the government for moving ahead with this. It's important that we facilitate the movement of goods and services and people back and forth across the borders. Bill C-23 is about moving people, though, people and the stuff that they have with them. This isn't actually about moving massive goods and freight and cargo between the borders. This is pre-clearance of individuals and the items that they have with them at that particular point in time. So it's very important that folks understand what that is. Now, there's a couple of concerns that I have with the legislation. One, as has been brought up by others, there seems to be, and I hope that the question that I have will be answered, the fact that there's a criminal code exemption for U.S. customs officers in Canada when it comes to basically immunity for any charges under the Criminal Code of Canada. I don't know why we would acquiesce to that request. I can only assume that that request came from the U.S. administration. If it was a request that we have actually had of the American administration as well, so that there's reciprocity, so that Canada Border Service agents in the United States working at pre-clearance destinations there would have the same kinds of protections provisions, I suppose, I would be okay with that, but I need to know if that's actually the case. Of course, American administrators and legislators would be making those decisions down there, so I'm hoping somebody on the government side could answer that question to make sure that we actually have that reciprocity. And the other concerns that I have, Madam Speaker, go directly to the larger policy issues between the two administrations. We've seen a marked shift. I'll call it the bromance for lack of better terminology. The short-lived friendship between former President Barack Obama and our current Prime Minister of like-minded political ideologies is contrasted, I think, quite sharply now with the new administration and some of the things that we're seeing from now U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, I'm not here to debate the policies of Donald Trump, but suffice to say that the policies of Donald Trump and the policies that are going to be put forward when it comes to immigration, when it comes to legalization of marijuana, when it comes to dealing with criminals and so on, is going to be markedly different between the U.S. administration and the Canadian government. And these are going to be issues that are going to cause friction. And that friction can manifest itself, in most cases, it manifests itself at the border. And we need to make sure that we're looking after Canadian interests at that border. So I do have concerns when that fellow, my colleague from Selkirk-Interlake was talking about Mr. Harvey, admitted or confided to, and truthfully, and you should be truthful when you're talking to a border official, confided that he was a marijuana user and was put on a lifetime ban from traveling. Well, that seems to be a little bit of a difficult conundrum, given the fact that if Canada is going to pursue a policy where not only is it decriminalized, but the legalization of marijuana is going to fly completely in the face of what the U.S. administration policy is going to be there, notwithstanding several states in the United States have legalized marijuana. But we're not talking about crossing into Colorado, Madam Speaker. We're talking about crossing into the United States. in a pre-clearance zone in a Canadian airport. Now, you can imagine that a Canadian citizen inside a Canadian airport, inside a U.S. pre-clearance zone, being basically detained by American administration authorities because he is admitted to a U.S. customs agent that he is legally, after supposedly the law is changed by the current Liberal government, which I'm expecting will happen sometime in the near future. If that Canadian citizen then says to that U.S. customs official, yes, I use marijuana because it's legal in Canada now, that is a problem because that is illegal or could be deemed illegal or a problem for that Canadian citizen in a Canadian airport in a U.S. pre-clearance area being detained for doing something or admitting to doing something that would potentially be completely legal in Canada. Well, this is a problem, Madam Speaker. This is very much a potential problem. And I think Canadians at home watching right now need to know that whatever legal activities that we do here in Canada that might be different from the policies in the United States, that Canadians, especially still in Canada, even though they might be in a U.S. pre-clearance area, might or should have the full protections of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and be able to excuse themselves from that travel and not get themselves into any further predicaments. When it comes to the issue with refugees and the policies that the current federal government is going to have versus what the current administration in the United States has are markedly different. They couldn't actually, there's night and day different from the messages that are being sent. And these kinds of issues, Madam Speaker, will cause issues at the border. We're seeing already a migration of people coming across the Canadian border from the United States at non-disclosed or non-border crossing areas. That's in current violation of Canadian legislation. And if we have these kinds of grievances and kinds of issues where we have differences in domestic policy that affect the thickening of our border, then we need to be sure that in Bill C-23, all of the provisions that are there provide the protections that Canadian citizens are going to need. So, Madam Speaker, I'll close there. There are concerns about this piece of legislation. However, I do applaud the government for bringing it forward, and I hope that they'll listen to folks at the committee and go through the process and amend the bill if it needs to be amended.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague. In Saskatchewan, we have no resources right now to get a Nexus card. You talked in length about people.
Remind the member to address the question to the chair, because I certainly didn't talk at length.
Thank you. My colleague talked about the Nexus card, and those traveling should get it. Certainly would make it a lot quicker to go between Canada and the United States. But in my province of Saskatchewan, there's absolutely no place that one can get a Nexus card. Not even the two major airports in our province, Madam Speaker, of Regina and Saskatoon. So this is an issue that we have had in our province. We export a lot of people in the winter to go to warmer climates, and yet we can't get a Nexus card in our own province without going to Edmonton, Winnipeg, or Ottawa.
Our honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is right. It is an issue. I'm from Alberta, so I'm lucky that at both the Edmonton and Calgary International Airports we have those Nexus offices. But Bill C-23 does actually add a few more places for pre-clearance. Unfortunately, Saskatchewan seems to have been overlooked from that list. And my colleague from Saskatchewan, I think, has some very, very valid points. A burgeoning economy. The Premier there doing a great job expanding the economy. People are actually, economic refugees are fleeing Alberta back to Saskatchewan. And we hope that the exports of Saskatchewanians to warmer climes is only a temporary one, and they'll come back home soon and keep our economy in the West turning right along. But he's exactly right. It would be nice to see the current government maybe take a serious a look at the legislation and perhaps adding something for the good folks of Saskatchewan who deserve these benefits.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide some comment in terms of just how beneficial this legislation is to all Canada, in the sense that economically it makes sense. Having the pre-clearance allows for literally tens of thousands of Canadians to be able to travel without having to worry about when they land at their destination, having to go through the customs or the immigration services. The pre-clearances enables economic activity for many communities that wouldn't be able to have service flights going to the U.S., for example. There's an opportunity to enhance Canada's economy. It's a great opportunity for two-way traffic, given that we have literally millions of Canadians and Americans that go both ways. It is a reciprocal piece of legislation. Ultimately, both Canada and the U.S. would benefit by it. And if the member could just provide some comment in terms of the economic benefit of this legislation.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, one of the benefits of having a Liberal federal government is our dollar is usually worth less, which usually means we get more tourists coming to our country. So we're going to have an influx of American tourism. So the tourism portion of our economy will do better. And look, the honourable member, my colleague, is right, notwithstanding my chiding. The reality is when you have certainty and predictability, so if you're traveling as a tourist and you want to have that certainty and predictability that you're going to be able to get to your destination, this is obviously a good thing. The certainty and predictability is also good when you're traveling for business. The certainty and predictability is also good when it comes to shipping goods, cargo, and I think that's where the future is going with this, as we're both administrations and both governments are currently looking at how the same kind of pre-clearance can also be implemented when it comes to commerce and trade of not just, like I said, this bill applies specifically to people and passengers, but when this bill or a variant of this bill can come forward and actually have pre-clearance for things like trade and commerce, I think that's where the tremendous amount of wealth and opportunity is going to come. So we hope that the confidence building of Bill C-23, which I'm sure will be passed in this House, it's a government bill, there's a majority government. I don't see that this bill will get held up anywhere. I really hope, though, and I'll stress in my comments that there may be some good ideas that come forward from people, some concerns that come forward from people at committee, and I hope that amendments that are in the best interest of Canada would be looked at and adopted at committee.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism and Leader of the Government of Canada.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to add my voice in support of this important piece of legislation. I would first like to take a moment to remind the House that Canada and the United States have built one of the closest relationships between any two countries in the world. This partnership is essential to the well-being of all citizens. Our close trading relationship supports millions of jobs in both Canada and the U.S., and we will continue to work with the new administration. Le projet de loi C-23
Bill C-23 is yet another example of the government's firm commitment to create jobs and to ensure that economic growth benefits Canadians.
Representing a southwestern Ontario riding with many manufacturing and high-tech small and medium-sized businesses, I can attest to the importance of pre-clearance to keep travelers and cargo moving quickly and safely across the Canada-U.S. border. More than that, Madam Speaker, jobs for hardworking middle-class Canadians in my constituency and across the country depend on it. The Waterloo region is only one of some 2,000 municipalities across Canada that relies on low-risk trade and travel to and from the United States to keep our communities growing. To be clear, Madam Speaker, we are talking about both the movement of goods and of people, both critical to our economy. In 2015, Canada exported over $400 billion worth of goods and $50 billion in services to the U.S. Tourism is Canada's largest service export, accounting for 2% of Canada's overall GDP and employing over 600,000 Canadians. The overwhelming majority of tourists in 2016, nearly 70%, came from our neighbour to the south. Arrivals by air from the U.S. are up 17% from 2015, one of the many reasons why quick and effective pre-clearance is essential. So any measures that create economic and security benefits for both countries is welcomed by all Canadians, especially small business owners, including tourism operators who rely on smart, secure borders that improve the efficient flow of people and goods. Madame la Présidente, c'est ce que le projet...
Madam Speaker, this is what C-23 will do. This bill will allow us to implement the agreement between Canada and the United States on land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance, concluded in Washington 2015,
and to allow travelers to safely reach the other country.
And more efficient to welcome guests to Canada and the U.S. Pre-approved passengers are cleared for entry into the United States by American border officials on Canadian soil before boarding the plane, allowing them to avoid long and sometimes frustrating customs lines. They can also fly directly to some airports such as LaGuardia in New York or Reagan Airport in Washington. There are even some pre-inspection sites that are already serving the rail and cruise ship businesses on Canada's west coast. Madam Speaker, pre-clearance is a vital border management program. It enhances border security, it improves the cross-border flow of legitimate goods and travelers, it allows for border infrastructure to be used more efficiently, and it makes traveling a more pleasant experience for all. Ensuring pre-cleared low-risk travelers and cargo move quickly and efficiently into and out of our country is crucial to sustaining and expanding jobs for middle-class Canadians. I remind the House that our American friends already passed legislation, the Promoting Travel, Commerce and National Security Act of 2016, last December to implement the agreement south of the border. We are taking the next necessary step to complete the joint partnership with our southern neighbours with the passage of this legislation. This bill formally reconfirms Canada's commitment to the agreement and reaffirms the unique relationship between Canada and the United States. Central to this relationship are people-to-people connections, so let me talk about tourism. Madam Speaker, I'm thrilled to report to the House that this past year was the best the tourism sector has experienced in over a decade, and the second best year on record with almost 20 million international tourists visiting Canada. International tourist arrivals grew by 11.1% in 2016, the largest annual growth Canada has seen in 30 years. We have another big year ahead of us in 2017 as we celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation. Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement...
Madam Speaker, our government feels the tourism industry is very important and it will benefit from this bill. We know full well that trade and tourism are of fundamental importance for our economy. An open border is necessary for success in these two areas. We also acknowledge that tourism contributes considerably to Canada's economy.
Tourism generated over $90 billion in economic activity, directly supporting over 600,000 jobs spread from coast to coast to coast across all 338 federal ridings and was responsible for more than $17 billion in export revenue. I can assure the House that this government is committed to promoting increased tourism to Canada. And that's evident in our support for Destination Canada, our federal Crown Marketing Corporation that is working hard to show the world the incredible experiences and destinations that Canada has to offer. Formerly known as the Canadian Tourism Commission, Destination Canada has a strong track record of working with private sector partners and governments of all levels to maximize the impact of marketing campaigns. Budget 2016 provided $50 million over 2 years to Destination Canada to seize opportunities in important markets such as the United States. Connecting America is Destination Canada's national marketing program aimed at raising awareness of Canada as the travel destination. Together with the Canadian tourism industry, Destination Canada is engaging American travelers by inviting and motivating them to see Canada. The marketing campaign targeted to U.S. cities like Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and Miami aims to creatively show American travelers how we're unique and different. Canada is warm and exciting with urban sophistication, and Connecting America highlights the variety of unique world-class destinations and experiences that only Canada has to offer. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, these efforts already bear fruit. From January to December 2016, the number of international visitors spending at least one night in Canada increased by 11% compared to the previous year. In the first 9 months of 2016, tourism injected $74 million into the Canadian economy. That represents an increase of 4.3% compared to the same period in 2015.
70% of international tourists came from the United States. Overnight trips by air travelers from the U.S. increased by 17%, and overnight trips by auto travelers increased 7% compared to 2015. This is fantastic. These statistics underscore the importance of pre-clearance, which makes it easier for pre-approved American visitors to enter our country and to choose Canada as their top international destination. This is especially true when you realize that international travel between countries represents one of the fastest growing export sectors in the world. 1 billion international travelers spend $1 trillion annually outside their own borders. In 2015, international tourist arrivals grew by 4.6% to nearly 1.2 billion globally, and these tourists spent over 1.2 trillion US dollars. Also promising is the growing interest in Indigenous tourism from international visitors, which can create jobs and generate economic growth for Indigenous communities across the country. We're talking about authentic Indigenous experiences, and we're working with the Aboriginal Tourism Association of Canada so that we do this right. To share Canada's natural beauty with the world, we are also investing in our system of national parks, conservation areas, and national historic sites. Together with nearby communities, we are working to help grow local ecotourism industries and create jobs for middle-class Canadians. Lonely Planet, the New York Times, National Geographic, Condé Nast, and more have named Canada the place to be in their top destinations for 2017. The focus on pre-clearance will make traveling trouble-free and will make all those who visit our country from the United States feel even more welcome. I would like to remind members and assure the tourism industry, as my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, has said, U.S. border officers operating in pre-clearance sites in Canada must exercise their duties in accordance with Canadian law, in particular our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Human Rights Act. Allow me now to turn to small and medium-sized businesses. Madam Speaker, consider that nearly 400,000 people cross the Canada-U.S. land border every day, along with over $2 billion in goods and services, even before we factor in rail, ships, and air. And it becomes quite obvious why this agreement matters to Canadians. It matters particularly to SMEs, the key drivers of Canada's economic growth, who are so crucial to Canada's long-term prosperity. I would remind the House that SMEs are the backbone of the economy, employing 90% of the private sector workforce and accounting for almost 40% of the GDP. Border delays can be a significant obstacle to economic growth. Indeed, only 12% of SMEs are exporting. Madam Speaker, we can and will do better. You can find Canadian SMEs' expertise in both the manufacturing and service sectors in every region of Canada. My riding of Waterloo is a case in point. Waterloo's world-class ecosystem has companies manufacturing everything, from lab equipment and supplies to stainless steel tubing and carpets, to the many incredible companies housed at Communitech and the Accelerator Centre, to numerous high-tech firms specializing in everything from drones to digital imaging and semiconductors. And that's before we even talk about the city's 3 outstanding post-secondary institutions, Conestoga College, Wilfrid Laurier, and my alma mater, the University of Waterloo. As well, we have the Institute of Quantum Computing, the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics, and the Waterloo Centre for Automotive Research. Waterloo's close proximity to the Canada-U.S. border is just one of many cities and towns dotted along the 49th parallel where the vast majority of Canadians now live and work. All of the small and medium-sized businesses, including tourism operators in those communities, will be better off with a seamless border for pre-approved cargo and travelers. Madam Speaker, increased access to global markets can help innovative Canadian firms to grow and expand into new markets. Our government recognized this in Budget 2016 by providing $4 million over 2 years to renew the Canadian Technology Accelerator Initiative. The program supports Canadian information and communications technologies like life sciences and clean technology firms by providing mentorship, introductions to potential clients and partners, as well as desk space in business accelerators abroad. The program has 9 locations, including 7 in the United States, to enable firms to more easily export their services and products. Madam Speaker, I visited the CTA in Boston and have seen firsthand the amazing support that they provide to our Canadian firms expanding in U.S. markets. Small and medium-sized businesses are major contributors to our balance of trade. In 2013, they were responsible for $106 billion, or 25% of the total value of exports. Exporting is vital to the health and verve of Canadian businesses, and in particular SMEs. It's worth noting that even though only a small proportion of small firms export, of those that do, roughly 90% export to the United States. Madam Speaker, our government is working hard every day to make sure that businesses have the resources they need to grow and compete successfully in export markets. This includes the CAN Export program. CAN Export is providing $50 million to help Canadian SMEs take advantage of global opportunities. I should point out that a majority of the CAN Export projects approved to date are smaller firms that are less than 15 years old, have less than 20 employees, and less than $2.5 million in annual revenue. CAN Export has already approved over 600 projects. It is a central element to the international trade and investment strategy, which I have been working on with the Minister of International Trade. To help promising small firms grow larger, Budget 2016 launched the Accelerated Growth Service to help them to scale up and further their global competitiveness. Businesses can access coordinated services tailored to their needs, from Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada to the Business Development Bank of Canada to Export Development Canada to the National Research Council's Industrial Research Assistance Program, Global Affairs Canada Trade Commissioner Service, and the regional development agencies. High-potential firms are given more time to focus on their business, while an assigned consultant provides strategic advice on how to navigate government supports available to them, and helps them design a business development plan, including for SMEs who want to scale up through exports. We have already engaged 100 firms in the pilot year of the AGS, and we expect to assist an additional 300 firms in the second year of the program. And Madam Speaker, only 2 weeks ago, our Prime Minister announced the creation of the Canada-United States Council for the Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders with the U.S. President. One of many benefits of the Council will be greater support for women exporters. Madam Speaker, Bill C-23 is another instrument that will build on these initiatives and help exporters to get their goods to market more efficiently and securely. Every hour saved in delays at the border is increased productivity that benefits Canadian workers and business owners alike. The passage of this Act will be an incentive for and support more Canadian firms wishing to scale up to further their global competitiveness. Madame la Présidente, le Premier...
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister wants our country to benefit from opportunities to ensure the growth of these businesses by consolidating our long-term friendship and our extremely fruitful trade relationship with the U.S.
Is the next step. Pre-clearance reduces congestion at ports of entry, and it eliminates uncertain, unnecessary, and costly delays at the border. Congestion, excessive paperwork, and uncertainty cost small businesses and tourism operators valuable time and money. In a just-in-time delivery world, pre-clearance is a time and money saver for small businesses, and it's a solution. It also provides privileged access to the U.S. market for Canadian companies, creating new opportunities for firms to expand and export. Pre-clearance also makes air travel more efficient, enabling 12 million Canadian passengers to avoid lengthy custom lines in the U.S. each year. This will also increase the competitiveness of Canadian airports internationally. Maybe the most important in today's environment, pre-clearance enables us to determine which people and cargo pose a risk to our shared security space. This enables both countries to proactively address threats from outside the continent while continuing to ensure that legitimate trade and travel move freely at our borders. This will help to make sure our society remains open to legitimate immigrants and refugees from around the globe. This is particularly important to me this year as we celebrate the 35th anniversary of our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Madam Speaker, there are so many persuasive arguments for supporting this legislation. It will be good for small businesses and the tourism industry. It is equally good for security, reducing Canadians' risk from external threats. Ultimately, it is good for Canadian travelers whose time is precious and who will no longer be needlessly tied up at the border when they have better places to be. I am confident that Bill C-23 will help ensure that citizens of both Canada and the United States continue to benefit from an open but secure border that protects our shared economy, shared values, and shared way of life. That's enormously good for Canadians overall. Making sure that Canada remains open and that Canadian goods, services, people, and knowledge can reach U.S. markets securely and swiftly will enable us to provide jobs, prosperities, and the opportunities for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague for her presentation, her speech today on pre-clearance and Bill 23, and of course we agree with it. There is $2 billion worth of $2.5 billion worth of trade going back and forth across our border every day, and we certainly know that this will expedite the movement of persons back and forth across those borders. And so I just want to ask, you know, our government, and when the Conservatives were in power, opened up some pilot projects to move this in this direction. And I wonder if she could expand on how this is going to impact cargo shipments, and if the government is looking at more influence on the cargo side above and beyond what we'd already looked at in the pilot projects.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the Honourable Member's question. This legislation is about people and goods, and it is important that we be able to support our small and medium-sized enterprises. Part of my mandate as Minister of Small Business and Tourism is to ensure that small businesses can grow through innovation and trade, and by having better access to the U.S. market is important, but we need our goods and our services and our people to be able to get through that border in a better way. And there is no better way than to be pre-cleared on Canadian soil with Canadian laws, and that's why it's important that we get this legislation through the House. This is second reading. We can further it to committee so that the committee can do the important work that they need to do. As we know, the committee has the ability to do clause by clause, word by word analysis. They have the ability to bring in witnesses to ensure that this legislation is as strong as it can be. I know that the legislation that we have introduced has the right goals in mind and will really benefit small and medium-sized businesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism for your great speech today. You know, I was listening to the speech and thinking of my years at the Chamber of Commerce. For many years, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce highlighted the decline in tourism over the 2000s. That decade was a terrible time for Canada, where we really fell in the world rankings in tourism. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce report in 2014, the follow-up report in 2015, both said that we had to address the border and address the ease of doing business with the Americans coming to Canada, and yet we had no progress from the previous government. So maybe could the minister mention to us how this is going to help by having Canadian laws protecting Canadians quarantined in Canada versus being quarantined in the States, and making it easier for Americans to come and see us on our 150th birthday?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism and Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for that excellent question. This year we celebrate Canada's 150th of Confederation. We also celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In my hometown of Waterloo, we are celebrating the University of Waterloo's 60th anniversary and Conestoga College's 50th anniversary. There is so much to celebrate in our great country. Budget 2016 invested $50 million in Destination Canada so that we could showcase all that Canada has to offer to the United States as well as the world. We want people to come visit Canada. In regards to Bill C-23, this is about Canada and the United States to ensure that the flow of people and goods across the border is better and more efficient. And we know with the measures that we have introduced, this will be the case. We know that every traveler's experience starts from the minute you book your travel ticket, whatever means you might choose. Pre-clearance allows you to start being pre-cleared at the same time as booking your travels so that you can get across the border quickly and come visit the best country in the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know that the Honourable Member just spoke, and she also was the House Leader for the current Liberal government. She mentioned the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Of course, this bill before the House right now, Bill C-23, engages fundamental questions about Canadians' rights, privacy rights, and rights. And of course, my party has expressed concerns about this. My question to her is this: during the election and in this House last time, her party stated that they had serious concerns about Bill C-51. I'm wondering if she can tell Canadians in this 150th year and invoking the Charter of Rights and Freedoms when Canadians can expect to see legislation to amend significantly, if not repeal, Bill C-51 to better protect Canadians' rights.
The Honourable Government House Leader and the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Part of my roles and responsibilities as the Government House Leader is to ensure that we have meaningful debate in this place, as well as the importance of advancing legislation so we can serve in the best interest of Canadians. In regards to the member's question in C-51, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has responded to this question many times. We have consulted with Canadians and we continue to do so, and the conversation is always welcome. This government has taken unprecedented levels of consultation because we know the work that we are doing is to really be able to respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. Today we are discussing Bill C-23. I know that the member has concerns, and I encourage the member, let's get this legislation through the House so that it can go to committee, so that we can let the committee do the important work that they do, so that they can study this legislation, they can bring in witnesses, and we can ensure that any concerns that the member or the party opposite has are resolved. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to use this opportunity just to highlight one of the towns in my riding, the town of Whitecourt. It recently won an award from the Travago saying that this was the best small town in Canada to visit during the Canada's 150. However, they were left out of the Canada 150 grant process in which they had applied. And I was just wondering what the member has to say to the town of Whitecourt. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism and Leader of the Government in the House.
2017 is a big year for Canada. This is a year that Canadians will remember for generations to come. And this government committed to celebrating Canada's 150th of Confederation, not only in the nation's capital like the previous government wanted to do, but we will be celebrating Canada's 150th in every single community across this country, in every single municipality. And I have no doubt that the member has a great community that he represents. I myself can relate to the proudness we feel when we represent our constituents, and I'm sure that we will all be celebrating together as we celebrate Canada's 150th birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the Minister made reference to tourism. Tourism is indeed one of the fastest growing industries around the world. And I'm wondering if the Minister can once again just reinforce how pre-clearance is a win-win, both for Canada and the U.S., because it will facilitate people going across this border in a very positive and encouraging fashion.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his exceptional question. I have to commend the important work that he does in this chamber every day that the House is sitting. When it comes to the travel experience, we all know somebody who has had a frustrating experience at the customs line, whether they've had to wait too long or whatever the case might be. This legislation helps them clear their customs and be pre-cleared prior to crossing the border. And that's why it's so important, especially this year as we celebrate Canada's 150th birthday. This government is not only thinking about this year, but we're thinking about next year and for years and generations to come, because we know that we need to be responding to the very real challenges that Canada is facing. This government recognizes tourism as an economic driver, and I am proud to represent the tourism industry in this chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Il n'est pas dans sa salle. Huh? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe, a very brief question.
Speaker, I just want to ask my honourable colleague, Minister, who's obviously discussed this, and I know she can't tell us what she's discussed at the Cabinet table, but can she assure that this House, that the agreements that are going to be passed in the United States as part of the agreement that the two countries would have, there would be legislation, I'm sure, appearing in the United States, that the reciprocity and the provisions given for U.S. customs officials having the ability to not be prosecuted under the criminal code if Canadian Border Services agents are going to have that same privilege in the United States?
A very brief answer from the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question and the opportunity to remind Canadians that pre-clearance for Canadians will take place on Canadian soil, which means Canadian laws is what U.S. border officials will have to comply to. That includes the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that includes the Canadian Bill of Rights, that includes the Human Rights Act, so that Canadians can be assured that it will be in their best interest. The United States have already passed their portion of this legislation, so it's more than important that we get this bill to committee and they would be complying with their rules on their side. I myself like to represent Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Before I do that, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised at the time of adjournment.
Pembroke on national defense, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman on foreign affairs, et l'honorable député de...
And the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable on ethics.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-23. And I just want to inform you, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to be splitting my time with a member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. But just to the previous speaker, the Minister of Tourism, she made a comment to my good friend and colleague from Peace River Westlock that, and she didn't just imply, she said that every community in his riding was going to receive something that would allow them to have a great Canada 150 celebration. And I'll tell you, I'm just waiting breathlessly for all the small municipalities and large ones in my municipality, hoping that they're going to get the same kind of treatment. So this Bill C-23, Madam Speaker, is an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. Before I speak on the specifics of the bill, I'd like to provide a bit of history and context about how Bill C-23 came to be. In 2011, then President Barack Obama and then Prime Minister Stephen Harper announced the United States-Canada Joint Declaration, Beyond the Border, a shared vision for perimeter security and economic competitiveness. And this declaration spoke of a shared approach to security in which both countries would work together to address threats within, at, and away from our borders. Later that year, Madam Speaker, both governments released the Beyond the Border Action Plan, which built upon the initial declaration and implemented many of the items included in the agreement. Now, it almost goes without saying in this House and across Canada that the United States is Canada's strongest ally and economic partner. We share the longest and most prosperous demilitarized border in the world. In fact, the only thing standing between my riding of Bruce Grey-Owen Sound and the east coast of Michigan is Lake Huron itself. And my riding is, while agriculture is the biggest industry there, tourism is very close, and it's huge. And this bill will certainly help every aspect of tourism in my riding and many others. About 300,000 people and $1.6 billion in goods and services across our country's shared border every single day. Over 100 million people live in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence region alone and account for about $6 trillion in economic activity. The Beyond the Border Agreement was negotiated and agreed upon in order to strengthen that special relationship between our two countries. Basically, the Beyond the Border Agreement established a commitment between Canada and the United States to work together to enhance the security of both Canadian and American citizens and support the flow of travelers, goods, and services across each other's borders. As part of the Beyond the Border Agreement, the previous Conservative government signed the agreement on land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance, otherwise known as LRMA. And the LRMA updated the authorities for pre-clearance officers at border crossings to better reflect the current security environment, as the previous pre-clearance laws had not been revisited in decades. So, put simply, Madam Speaker, pre-clearance allows border officers to carry out customs and immigration processes in the other country's territory. This allows border officers to use their time much more efficiently and keep citizens of both countries safer. This brings us to the bill, Madam Speaker. Bill C-23 is the Liberal government's attempt to implement the measures agreed upon in the LRMA. And as I've said, the Beyond the Border Agreement between the U.S. and Canada, including the LRMA, is an agreement that I support. It's very nice to see the Liberals taking advantage of the good work done by the previous Conservative government. And on that note, Speaker, I think we need to, really point out there's a lot of bickering and back and forth goes on in this House, and it's actually nice sometimes to see work continue even when there's a change of government. And I want to thank the government for that. I want to ensure that this agreement is implemented in a responsible way, though, that respects the rights and liberties of Canadian citizens, travellers, police officers, and CBSA officials. It is for that reason that I look forward to studying Bill C-23 with my colleagues on the Standing Committee for Public Safety and National Security. I believe that our committee will provide a strong analysis of this bill and recommend amendments where or if necessary to ensure that it adequately reflects the spirit of the 2015 LMRA. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to briefly outline the kinds of questions that need to be answered during the committee study of Bill C-23. Currently, there are 8 Canadian airports and 3 terminals designated as pre-clearance and pre-inspection sites. Every year, these Canadian pre-clearance facilities process about 12 million passengers. In fact, one of these pre-clearance facilities is the Toronto Pearson International Airport, which happens to be the 4th largest point of entry into the United States in the world. And that one there is one that I have used, Madam Speaker, many times. Just last fall, I was on a part of a delegation to Washington, and many of the counterparts on both the government and opposition, we all went through there. And anybody that has went through this pre-clearance, there's no doubt about it. It's a huge advantage and speeds things up really at both ends of your trip, at the beginning and at the end, wherever your destination is. So Bill C-23 authorizes the Minister of Public Safety to designate pre-clearance areas and pre-clearance perimeters in Canada in which pre-clearance may take place. But before this bill advances, I'd like to know whether the Minister has already decided whether to designate new airports, terminals, land, and rail services as pre-clearance areas. That's something that we don't know yet. If he has, where will these new pre-clearance sites be introduced? If the minister has already made these decisions, he should inform this House. I also hope that he is consulted with those communities to ensure a smooth transition. And, you know, on that note, Madam Speaker, we all know that the unsafe injection sites were put into communities that, without any consultation or input into it, and we just hope that the same kind of thing doesn't happen here. Bill C-23 provides United States pre-clearance officers with powers to facilitate pre-clearance in Canada. And I absolutely believe this is a function that would contribute positively to our safety and security if implemented properly. This bill gets into the specifics of what those American pre-clearance officers can and cannot do. And I believe our committee would have a great opportunity to ensure that those specifics are outlined clearly and directly. We have to make sure that we know exactly what these pre-clearance officials would have the power to do. I look forward to hearing from relevant expert witnesses on the matter. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Bill C-23 authorizes Canadian police officers and the officers of the CBSA to assist United States pre-clearance officers in the exercise of their powers and performance of their duties and functions. Again, I believe that this new function is a critical component of the 2015 LMRA and Bill C-23. However, the government needs to grant these new powers responsibly. We must ensure that CBSA officials and police officers are confident that they will not be asked to assist in exercises that they would not otherwise perform. Since 2015, law enforcement at the border has evolved considerably, and it is the government's responsibility to make sure that CBSA officials are comfortable complying with new duties. Madam Speaker, it's also important to remember that the LMRA is an agreement between both the United States and Canada. The provisions of Bill C-23 are applicable only if the United States passes the same legislation in both their Senate and House of Representatives. According to the Beyond the Border Agreement, the American equivalent of Bill C-23 has been promised to be passed in conjunction with Bill C-23. I know that the bill has been introduced in the American legislature, but given the new American administration, where does it stand? I'm not sure on that. If the government is going to proceed with Bill C-23, we must have assurances that its American equivalent is safe and will pass the American legislature and not be the target of any effort to rescind or weaken it. So, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, these are just some of the questions that I hope to ask during the Public Safety and National Security Committee's study. Given that the initial agreement that led to this bill was the product of the previous government, should be a surprise to nobody that this bill has potential. But I strongly believe that a thorough study of the bill by the Public Safety Committee will ensure that it contributes positively to the safety and security of all Canadians, as well as that economic partnership and allegiance between our great countries. I'm glad to take questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate many of the words that the member across the way has put across on the record. Made an emphasis on how important it is that the committee have the opportunity to sit down and look through the legislation. And you listened to what the Government House Leader was saying earlier this afternoon, just prior to the member, and you'll find that the Government House Leader was really encouraging the bill to go to committee. It seems to me that this is in fact a bill that ultimately I think vast majority of Canadians would in fact support, because there is that special relationship between Canada and U.S., and this is one of the ways in which we could take advantage of that special relationship where both nations would in fact benefit. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way can just talk about the importance of the committee and ultimately getting it to committee, given the fact that, from what I understand, that the U.S. has in fact been dealing with this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And he is absolutely right that getting this to committee and having a real thorough observation of it is the right way to go. But Madam Speaker, there's been a bit of a history here that when bills come before my committee, that's the only one I can speak to, there's a real rush job on. And I hope that that isn't the case here, that the committee, the government allows the committee to take the necessary time that it takes to go through it. You know, as I've said in this and many others have said in the House today, that I support this bill in principle. I think it's the right thing. A lot of Canadians, Madam Speaker, I don't believe understand, if they haven't gone through the pre-clearance, they don't understand, and that's fair. But anybody who has, and I believe anybody or any Canadian who actually investigates and sees what this is all about, I believe I'd agree with the member that they would absolutely approve of this.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my honourable colleague has listened to some of the many concerns expressed by the New Democrats about this bill, one of them being that at present, if a Canadian seeking to enter the United States is being questioned by U.S. border authorities, if at any time the Canadian citizen decides that he or she doesn't want to enter the U.S. because they're not comfortable with the questioning or the providing information they feel violates their privacy, they can turn around and choose not to enter the U.S. But under this legislation, it appears that because they'll be under the control of the U.S. border authorities, that Canadian citizens will not have that right to immediately break the conversation and choose not to enter the United States. I'm wondering if he has any concerns in that regard about this bill.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, again, through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague down the way for the question. But no, I don't have the same concerns. It's, you know, it just comes across, Madam Speaker, as more NDP, the sky is falling type of rhetoric. But in the comment about whether a Canadian should be able to turn around and, you know, decide that rather than leave that area and go on to the U.S. if they're uncomfortable, of course they should not have to. They should be able to stay here. And I see nothing in the bill that would say otherwise. And while we're on the committee and going over it, I'll certainly be watching that, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I think I said Prince George earlier, so I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And although not directly related to the bill, I notice it has come up in discussions both by this member and previously in question period. And I just want to talk about the 150 and how the plans for across Canada. I heard the member talking about wanting to see something in his writing, and of course, we're still waiting for some great support in ours. Hopefully, we'll get some answers soon on that.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, a very brief answer, please.
Well, to my good friend and colleague here, great question, good point. And I mentioned that at the start because the minister, our good friend, I hope across the way, indicated to the member from Peace River, Westlock, that they were going to, every community in his riding was going to be receiving some kind of Canada 150, and I certainly want that, what have you. I'm sure every member here does, so we're going to be holding the minister up on that, and as I said, we wait with bated breath for that funding to come through.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't know if it's been mentioned in the House yet, but I think we're all very excited about the announcement today that NASA has discovered 7 new planets, some of which may be inhabitable. And I know many people are thinking about this, the scientific opportunities, the research opportunities. I know the Prime Minister's probably thinking about the vacation opportunities associated with that. But he'll have to clear it with the Ethics Commissioner this time first, we can hope. But, Madam Speaker, speaking of vacations, we've got a bill in front of us that's dealing with pre-clearance. And no surprise that this is a big priority for the Prime Minister. But seriously, this is an important piece of legislation and one that we are pleased to support because it helps to facilitate effective travel between Canada and the United States. Obviously, we know and understand the importance of the close relationship between our two countries and the impact of facilitating greater exchange, greater travel but involving individuals, but also hopefully as this framework develops, more effective pre-clearance procedures for goods as well. We see this as a really positive opportunity for enhancing and strengthening that relationship. So certainly we're pleased to be joining the government in supporting this bill. In fairness to the government, I don't want to give them too much credit. Sometimes I'm in danger of doing that. I don't want to give them too much credit because, of course, most of the heavy lifting and the important work was started under the previous government. But I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Madam Speaker, just to underline the importance of our relationship with the United States. And I think other members have mentioned this figure already. $2.4 billion in goods and services are exchanged across the border every day. And in the U.S., that relationship is particularly important. It doesn't necessarily get the same press or play in the American discussion, perhaps, as it does here. But that economic relationship is very important for the Americans, and I think we're seeing a realization of that and a lot of advocacy within the United States as well as by Canada for maintaining the strength of that relationship between our two countries. But we know, I think most Canadians are already very well acquainted about really the importance of that relationship and the benefits that come from it. And it's interesting, when you have a close relationship like that with another country, there is a cooperative dimension and there's also a competitive dimension. There's the cooperative dimension insofar as we all prosper together through greater exchange, but there's also a competitive dimension in that we are trying to attract investment to come to Canada. And greater exchange, greater facilitation of that relationship through the pre-clearance measures that are discussed in the bill, I think enhance that cooperation. But in the midst of that, I think we need to be mindful of the things that we can do which will make Canada more competitive. Now, the context of this particular bill is that former Prime Minister Stephen Harper negotiated a beyond-the-border agreement with former President Barack Obama. And this was an important agreement which was designed to facilitate that relationship, facilitate travel, and really the deepening of relationships between the two countries through different kinds of shared procedures. And there are different aspects to that beyond the border agreement. But one of the important ones was this pre-clearance measure, which comes out of that, which is a commitment that was part of that agreement that is now being fulfilled through the legislation. So we can very clearly see, given that this implements something that was part of an agreement signed by the previous administrations in both countries, that this is the implementation of that previous agreement. But we are encouraged that in this respect, at least, the government is carrying forward and fully implementing the good work that was undertaken under the previous government. Because I think we really appreciated the importance of that relationship. We appreciated it when it came to the exchange when it came of people and of goods, when it came to security cooperation, and when it came to economic exchange as well. I want to make the point, in addition to what has been said, I think, already in the House around this bill, is that the opening up of pre-clearance is that it's done in the context of this agreement in a reciprocal way. So we are facilitating pre-clearance to happen of Canadian travelers going to the United States, but also it makes it easier for travelers coming the other way. There's a reciprocal dimension to what's happening in the context of this agreement. Now, Canadians, of course, will be familiar with the concept of pre-clearance. Every time one travels to the United States, especially every time one travels by air, one will go through a process of encountering American officials who will do that screening process here in Canada, rather than, as maybe happens if you're traveling to certain other countries, the clearance happens on the other side of the border. And that makes the travel much easier. And this bill opens the door through different measures to facilitating that more effectively. It updates a pre-clearance system that will continue to ensure that reciprocal exchange, that travel can exist. It removes, or at least reduces, the cost associated with crossing the border, and that can have economic benefits as well as cultural benefits, and in general facilitate the opportunity for Canadians and Americans who want to travel and visit other countries. It makes our region more competitive as well, and it makes Canada more competitive by making it easier for us to attract travelers coming from the United States. So these are some of the many advantages associated with this. I think you'll see, Madam Speaker, that those in our party particularly understand the importance of our relationship with the United States, our trading relationship, our security relationship, and other aspects to that relationship. And I think sometimes we see from this government appreciation of that. Other times, and in other ways, we don't see appreciation of that. Of course, the Prime Minister was recently in Washington meeting with the new president, but we note that for the second time he went to Washington and didn't bring along our Natural Resources Minister. And cooperation around supporting our energy sector and finding access to export markets for our energy sector is very important. So hopefully, 3 times a charm, hopefully finally this government will actually take seriously its responsibility to promote our energy sector in the context of that relationship. The failures around softwood lumber, Madam Speaker, of course, are well established. That the previous Conservative government was able to get a deal on softwood lumber almost immediately after taking office because we made it a priority. And again, it just doesn't seem to be a priority for this government when it comes to resolving that. Also, I was disappointed that immediately upon the successful election of the new president, the Prime Minister said, no problem, we'll renegotiate NAFTA. And I think what we needed to hear was actually clearer statements and appreciation of the value of NAFTA for Canada and a willingness to defend the trade that comes with that. And to look at being more supportive of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The Trans-Pacific Partnership further opens up trading opportunities throughout the Asia-Pacific region, and it really solidifies and creates opportunities for deepen the trading relationships that exist already here in North America. Now, I've mentioned other forms of cooperation between our two countries. The security cooperation that we see through NORAD and NATO is critical for our interests as a country. And I would argue that NATO is one of, if not the most important forces for global peace and stability. And Canada needs to make clear arguments about the importance of NATO and also be willing to make investments in NATO, in our military, that reflect our obligations in the context of the security commitments that we've made. And we need to have a long-term plan to get to 2%. And in fact, this government, in their first throne speech, talked about creating a leaner military. But I talked about those cooperative aspects, facilitating the partnership, and there's also those aspects where we need to think in a little bit more of a competitive way. The Americans are reducing their taxes, at least there's an intention to do so, and they are not imposing a carbon tax. The presidential candidate for the Democrats, Hillary Clinton, was not proposing a carbon tax either. What this government is trying to do in terms of imposing a carbon tax and look for all kinds of ways of raising taxes and imposing new taxes on Canadians, that hurts our competitiveness in the context of this relationship. So to sum up, Madam Speaker, we know that the Canada-U.S. relationship is very important. This bill moves forward in terms of facilitating pre-clearance, and we see that as a positive. But there's some real gaps in terms of what this government is doing on that relationship, and we're asking them to do better and appreciate the importance of cooperation and take some of those next steps that are needed. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to hear the member is going to be supporting the legislation. The Conservative Party has adopted the position of supporting the legislation. I think at times we have recognized on this side of the House that there are a number of actions that we have taken that come out of some of earlier beginnings from the Conservative government prior. And I think that's a responsible thing to do, is to acknowledge that. But at the end of the day, we have traditionally demonstrated that very special relationship between Canada and the U.S., whether it's trade or on the issue that we're talking about today. The biggest winner out of all this is, in fact, Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Canadians as a whole, will benefit by pre-clearance. And my question to the member is, can he maybe just expand on how some of the economic, in particular the tourist perspective, how he believes this legislation will enhance that?
A member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for the question. I was briefly worried that we might go half an hour without the middle class getting mentioned in this chamber. So, yes, this bill certainly has a positive impact when it comes to all Canadians. However you divide that up, because it facilitates opportunities for Canadians to travel. It responds to, I think, some degree of a recognition from the government of the importance of our relationship with the United States. And what I've said in my speech is, yes, we are supporting this legislation. We think it's good legislation, but there are also other areas we need to talk about when it comes to that relationship. I think one of them is looking at expanding the mechanisms for pre-clearance of goods, also trade, also making the investments we need in our armed forces to make sure that NATO remains strong and there's a confidence that everybody is investing the necessary amounts to that. So those are some of the additional things, but yes, absolutely, I'm pleased to be supporting this bill.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Askey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud of our position here in the NDP that stands in firm opposition to Bill C-23, and a reflection of well, obviously our party principles, but also we're echoing the major concerns that Canadians are bringing forward with respect to racial profiling, with respect to impact on trans Canadians, with respect to anyone who's concerned about their privacy rights. So my question is, to the Conservatives, but it would also be to the Liberals, how in good conscience, given what's in here, in Bill C-23, can we as Canadians cede such power to the Americans rather than stand up for privacy and Canadian human rights?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems that the member may have read a different piece of legislation than the one that I have been looking at here. Let's be clear about what pre-clearance is. Pre-clearance is being, for a person traveling to the United States, to be cleared on the Canadian side of the border before they travel, as opposed to traveling to the United States. Now, the alternative to that is somebody would travel to the United States and then be cleared there. If you're traveling to the United States, you're going to have to go through a clearance process which is administered by American authorities. So perhaps that member has some concerns about the way in which that process happens, and that's something that she's welcome to raise, but I'm not sure how that fits into the question of pre-clearance versus the alternative, which is still clearance. It's just a question of where it happens and how arduous that process is.
Time for a very brief question. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member from Mont-Royal.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for that speech. I would like to ask him, following along those lines, as he knows, when you travel to any country and you go into that country, you're subject to their clearance, which could in many times be in violation of our Charter of Rights. In this case, because pre-clearance is being done on Canadian soil, our own Charter of Rights applies. Does he not think that's preferable?
Very brief answer from the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, my colleague makes a good point, of course, that yes, there's still the application of our constitutional framework here in Canada. But I think as much as it's fair to talk about some of the issues that are going on in the United States, I think it's a little bit irresponsible to go too far in trying to suggest things about the United States that would compare it to other extreme things going on in the world. At the end of the day, the United States has a robust judiciary. It has a system of rule of law, and it has strong institutions that are there even to insulate against decisions of an executive, which members here may or may not agree with. Thank you.
Thank you. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Surrey Centre. Madam Speaker, today I'm happy to speak about pre-clearance and what it means for my riding of Kildonan, St. Paul. Every time I'm at home, I see more trucks on Winnipeg's roads heading to Centreport, a sign of growth, a sign of trade, a sign of jobs. And these jobs are, many of them, in my riding of Kildonan St. Paul. My good friend and fellow Ukrainian Canadian, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, has stressed how important making our border thinner is, and the Prime Minister has worked with our American neighbours to bring our two countries closer together. Now, the Foreign Affairs Minister said during her recent meetings in Washington that she stressed that making trade easier with Canada was a priority, including extending pre-clearance for product shipments. Our conversations, she's quoted in the Canadian press, her quote is, "Our conversations focused on ways to make the border thinner." She said, and we talked about pre-clearance for cargo as an area that we may want to be working on going forward. And that is exactly what I would like to talk about. Canada hosts right now 15 international pre-clearance stations at its airports. Any U.S. pre-clearance activities in Canada have to be carried out in a manner consistent with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act, a government spokesman said. The U.S.-Canada trade is very significant for Canada. U.S. goods and service trade with Canada totaled an estimated $662.7 billion in 2015, and exports were $337.3 billion, with imports at $325.4 billion. U.S. goods and services have a trade surplus with Canada of only $11.9 billion in 2015. And if you look at Manitoba trade exports, who is our number one partner? The United States, of course. $16.291 billion is exported to the United States, while we import $9.527 billion worth of products. So it makes good sense for Kildonan St. Paul, for Manitoba, and for all of Canada to look at ways to make our relationship with the United States better. And I am very proud to say that our current Prime Minister had a very successful mission to Washington, where he was able to make renewed friends with the new president, and in fact talked about a number of issues, including how we can enhance trade between our two countries, an issue that the President and our Prime Minister both recognized as having benefits for both countries. Now, Madam Speaker, today I want to focus on what more open borders will mean for businesses in my riding of Kildonan St. Paul. Winnipeg's James Richardson Airport has had U.S. pre-clearance for many years, and in the last decade, the increase in cargo pre-clearance has made a huge difference for Manitobans. Also in my riding is Palliser Furniture, which produces outstanding furniture, and its owners and many of the workers that work at Palliser live and work in my riding. This is a growing company that has growth through Canada's policy of free and open trade. As our government moves to ratify the Canada-Europe and Canadian-Ukraine free trade deals, it's possible that the future I'll be speaking about Palliser's location in Kiev and Warsaw. In Winnipeg, we've built Centerport, North America's largest inland port. Centerport is a hub that connects our local businesses with their partners all over the world through air, road, and train systems. Our open trade policy means that Centerport has been rapidly growing. At 20,000 acres, there's lots of room for more investment, and in the last year, Centerport has seen several new developments, including a new $25 million grain handling facility announced and a partnership with Mexican business and government leaders to bring investments to Manitoba. All of this growth has meant that Centerport has had to expand their existing infrastructure, water, telecommunications, natural gas, so that they can have new opportunities for businesses and create new jobs for all these new workers. In fact, a new need for Centerport is roads and infrastructure. Here, from my riding, is particularly important is the Chief Peguis Trail, and I encourage the Conservative government of Manitoba to come up to the table to take our offer, a generous offer of building infrastructure in Manitoba and create jobs, create new investments in Manitoba, which is needed like most other Western provinces where we need more and more infrastructure. Trading hubs like Centerport are important because they keep our connections strong and our economy moving. In Manitoba, almost 40% of our economic activity is the result of trade with American partners. As a manufacturing hub, we export over $16 billion worth of goods every year. In fact, Manitobans trade almost as much with international partners as they do with Canada's other provinces. This has made Manitoba a centre for trade, which connects with world-class trade infrastructure with our world-class manufacturing. One of our most interconnected imports is busing. In fact, many of us and our constituents ride those buses every day with components that are built in Winnipeg. For example, New Flyer Industries, a highly innovative and dominant player in transit bus and motor coach manufacturing, employing over 4,800 people, produces buses and components for both Canadian and American jurisdictions. Buses and parts are built in Winnipeg and Minnesota and provide stable, middle-class manufacturing jobs on both sides of the border. Manitoba is also famous for its aerospace sector. Winnipeg's connection to aerospace is so famous, our hockey team is called the Winnipeg Jets. We have the largest aerospace sector in Western Canada and the third largest in the country, with companies like Boeing, Standard Aero, and Magellan with major plants in Winnipeg. These are high-quality, middle-class jobs. Aerospace workers are expert manufacturers and some of the world's most complicated machines. Annually, Manitoba imports over $660 million in jets and turbines and exports over $550 million in aircraft parts, which is over $1 billion in trade. Our aerospace industry neared $2 billion in revenue each year and directly employs over 5,000 Manitobans. Beyond the numbers, Manitoba's aerospace industry means a lot for Canadian innovation. In Winnipeg, General Electric and Standard Aero, both U.S.-based companies, took advantage of Manitoba's unique weather and opened a $75 million cold weather testing facility. It also employs some of our brightest engineers. Winnipeg is also home to the Centre of Aerospace Technology and Training. Once again, thanks to international partnerships with Red River College, Standard Aero, and the federal and provincial governments, the Centre for Aerospace and Training prepares Canada's middle class for the future. And we all know that manufacturing has been changing in a big way. Students use latest manufacturing technology like 3D printing to prepare for long-term, stable manufacturing jobs. For manufacturers in my province, improved pre-clearance means less lineups, more efficient use of time as they travel through the border, and it means less traffic holdups. It's making it easier for people and cargo to cross the border. As I've already said how important open borders are in my province, I'm proud to say that pre-clearance will create more jobs for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the contribution today. One of the things that is really kind of interesting about C-23 as we move forward and we talk about it today in the House is the fact that we already have pre-signed agreements that were put in place with the United States that aren't being lived up to. And that's a question that I often get from not only just constituents of mine, but also in the United States when I go to Washington, or I go to other parts, is meeting with other Congress and senators that raise the fact that they have issues over Nexus, FAST, PAST, a series of different programs. So my question is simply to this. With regards to our current agreements that we had in the Trump administration coming in, and then they were later altered unilaterally, and we still don't have answers to some of those programs, Nexus and permanent residence, say for example, now that we're taken out of the program, and as well other programs like FAST, why would we enter into new agreements at a time when we can't keep the existing agreements to the principles of why we signed them to begin with?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you for the question. I think it illustrates the fact that it's absolutely essential that we maintain strong links with our trading partners. And by doing that, there have been numerous ministers taking trips across the border to meet with their counterparts, including, and most formally, is our Prime Minister made a trip down to Washington and had a good relationship with the Trump administration and with the President himself. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we continue the dialogue. We are not going to enhance trade or enhance our relationships by taking a closed inward look. It is important for Canada that we maintain an outward-looking view and that we continue to reach out to our neighbours to the south.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on her speech. And my question for her is related to the position that's being taken by the NDP. In the event that we are not meeting U.S. requirements to do pre-clearance in Canada, and we're not going to expand it, but in fact close it down, what does she think about the millions of Canadians that will then be inconvenienced because they will have to go across the border, go to the United States, not be able to go to some of the airports in the United States that don't have clearance, and basically wait hours to do what they could have done in Canada for a very short amount of time?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I want to thank my colleague and friend for asking that very important question. I think part of the issue here is sometimes we play politics which leads to misunderstandings and raises fears that I would think are unjustified. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at a system that is going to enhance the ability of people to cross the border in a way that is going to respect our Constitution, our laws, and in a way that will allow people to go into the United States more efficiently. This will enhance tourism, create small businesses, and build the bridges stronger than they are even now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Chambly-Belleuil.
The honourable member for Chambly-Belleuil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the question that was put to my colleague after her speech. It seems that the Liberals are based on this argument that things are already being done, so they're okay. They're accusing us of wanting to close the border and fanning the flames of fear, because this is the truth. What we're saying is that if pre-clearance already is done, and if it works well, and if the point is simply to add train stations, airports, and various ports in the pre-clearance process, if we want reciprocity and have Canadian officers in the U.S., can the member explain why we need to give so many more additional powers to U.S. officers, to have strip searches if there's no Canadian officer, or wear a weapon? detain a Canadian or permanent resident who decides to leave the pre-clearance zone? Why do we need all this if it works so well?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Conservative government of past for the good work that they did that we're building on. These kind of relationships take a lot of years, a lot of meetings, and a lot of hard work. They established a system that is working well. There is no indication that we've actually seen a negative turn. Of course, there's speculations that the present government in the U.S. has a very different agenda than ours. But when it comes to actual facts, our Prime Minister had a very positive and a productive meeting with the President of the United States. In fact, a deal was made, deals were made, and a commitment to work together. This is a positive step. It's one that we should be celebrating. And until that we see something different, I think that we all celebrate on the expansion of pre-clearance for both parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre will have approximately 7 minutes, and then he'll be able to continue his debate or his discussion once this C-23 comes back up for discussion. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully I can finish it in that time. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today about Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act. During these debates, we have heard much about the tremendous benefits of pre-clearance, both in terms of the operations that are currently in place, as well as future opportunities that will be available once the agreement on land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance is ratified on both sides of the border. It is clear that pre-clearance works. As we have heard, air pre-clearance is a huge success story. Since its early beginnings at Toronto Pearson International Airport over half a century ago, pre-clearance has made clearing customs easier for millions of air passengers heading from Canada to the U.S. It has opened new markets for business and tourism by making it possible for airlines to fly directly to smaller U.S. airports that don't have their own customs operations on site. This also decreases the cost for Canadian passengers who fly to those cheaper airports. It has helped to increase in-transit traffic, helping to make Canadian airports and carriers more competitive, and it has added an important layer of security to cross-border traffic as threats are dealt with at the point of origin rather than being allowed to transit. In fact, I personally use the pre-clearance areas when traveling to the U.S. and find it easier and more efficient than going through a customs facility in the United States. As we have heard, the agreement in principle reached in March 2016 will allow for the expansion of pre-clearance operations into other modes of transportation. Furthermore, it will allow for expansion of airport pre-clearance to new locations in Toronto and Quebec City, and it will enable pre-clearance to be conducted at rail locations at Montreal Centre Station and, of course, Vancouver's own Rocky Mountain Air. This expansion is a long time coming. Industry and government stakeholders on both sides of the border have pushed for these changes for many years because they know the enormous economic and security potential of pre-clearance. Understandably, those outside the air transportation sector want to be able to reap the same benefits in their marine, rail, and land transport sectors. In fact, we already have concrete numbers that illustrate the benefits of pre-clearance in other transportation modes, including through 2 truck cargo pilot projects, as well as a number of informal pre-inspection sites currently operating along the West Coast. And we look forward to opportunities under this new agreement to streamline our border crossings to ensure that we maintain strong economic growth and trade with our great friends and neighbors in the United States. This includes exploring the terms and conditions necessary for cargo pre-clearance and identifying opportunities to pilot this approach. As for pre-inspection on the West Coast, it is currently conducted by U.S. pre-clearance officers at 5 sites in British Columbia. First and foremost, Port Metro Vancouver, Prince Rupert Ferry Terminal, Vancouver Central Rail Station, Sydney Ferry Terminal, and the Victoria Ferry Terminal. Port Metro Vancouver is a great example of the economic importance of efficient and effective border management. The cruise ship industry produces a huge economic benefit to Canada, with Port Metro Vancouver contributing some $420 million a year to the economy and employs some 4,500 people locally. Port Metro Vancouver is the main hub for cruise ships heading to Alaska for a number of reasons, including being the only port to offer inside passage along the west coast of BC to Alaska. During high season, U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers work out of the port, processing passengers as they board their cruise ship to Alaska. Both nations benefit from these operations. Canada remains a key port for these cruise ships, which brings hundreds and thousands of passengers to Vancouver every year. And the U.S. can secure its borders and allow smaller Alaskan communities with no post-clearance services to remain part of these cruise ship itineraries. Mr. Speaker, this is a win-win arrangement and one that will benefit from regularized pre-clearance operations. Rail transport is another important mode that will benefit from expanded pre-clearance. For example, the Vancouver Central Railway Station is the hub for regular Canada-U.S. rail service provided by U.S. Amtrak. The Amtrak service runs 2 trains per day, with passengers undergoing primary immigration inspection in Vancouver. Am I out of time, Mr. Speaker? If I'm out of time, I will resume.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre can resume, will resume when the C-23 comes back, and he'll have 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in his speech. It being 5:38, the House will now proceed with the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of Bill S-217 at second reading, an act to amend the Criminal Code, detention and custody, in the name of Mr. Cooper.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I rise to speak to Bill S-217. As we have heard, this bill, which proposes changes to certain bail provisions under the Criminal Code, was introduced in reaction to the senseless shooting of a police officer in St. Albert, Alberta. Words fail to express the sadness felt by all Canadians when a police officer is killed in the line of duty. Le père subi par la famille de l'agent.
The loss of Officer Wynn's family is unimaginable, and I do want to express my condolences to Shelley McGuinness Wynn, her 3 sons, and the entire RCMP community. As a former member of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, I examined the many challenges of first responders in the face of their duty. We have to ensure that all Canadians are protected by our justice system.
Laudable objectives. I am unable to support Bill S-217 as I believe it would interfere with the proper functioning of our bail system by eroding at the independence of the Crown and adding further delays in our courts. Constable David Wynn tragically died, and Auxiliary Constable Derek Bond was seriously injured after being shot by Sean Wren. Wren, who killed himself after the shooting, had a lengthy criminal record, including crimes of violence and failure to comply with court orders. Months before the shooting, Wren was arrested. He was not, however, detained in custody at that time. There was no Crown Counsel present at the bail hearing, and the court was not made aware of Wren's criminal record. Clearly, it is important that those who preside over bail hearings have all of the relevant information before determining who should be detained in custody prior to trial. Nous savons qu'en réponse au meurtre de l'agent Wynn,
We know that in response to Mr. Wynn's murder, the government led an investigation.
The Alberta government released a report entitled Alberta Bail Review, endorsing a call for change. This report, produced after consultation with key stakeholders, makes over 30 recommendations. The recommendations range from operational changes to resource allocation. Notably, the Alberta report does not call for the legislative changes proposed in Bill S-217. The report recognizes the complexity of both the problem and the solutions and the importance of engagement with stakeholders in the criminal justice system. Here in this House, members will recall that the Prime Minister has asked the Minister of Justice to conduct a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system, including the bail system. Specifically, the Minister has been asked to strengthen bail conditions in cases of domestic assault with the goal of keeping victims and children safe. The Minister has been working diligently on these important priorities for over a year now and is continuing to work on their implementation in collaboration with our federal, provincial and territorial partners and criminal justice stakeholders. Dans le cadre de cette stratégie, le ministre...
As part of this strategy, the Minister conducted roundtables in 9 provinces and territories where the reform of the bail system is a subject of concern for many stakeholders. Even if public safety is a priority, there were significant concerns raised as well about the effectiveness of the courts.
Before the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which is also studying delays, and I look forward to reading the Senate's final report. Now let me turn to the bill itself. Bill S217 proposes 2 changes to the Criminal Code bail regime. First, under Clause 1, it proposes to modify the grounds for detention under subsection 515 sub 10 of the Code by adding specific consideration of the accused's record to the 3rd ground for detention. Under this ground, detention is justified when it is necessary to maintain confidence in the administration of justice. It is not clear why this consideration would be specified under the 3rd ground, which provides a discrete basis for denying bail. The accused's record is already considered under each ground for detention and at multiple junctures in the bail process, both under the primary and secondary grounds. This amendment would therefore cause duplication and unnecessary confusion in the already established bail provisions, and it would benefit no one. Second, Clause 2 of Bill S217, the one that has garnered the most attention, proposes an amendment that would mandate prosecutors to lead specific evidence of the accused's personal record, outstanding charges, and breaches. Prosecutors would be required to lead evidence to, quote, prove the fact of a prior record, prior offences against the administration of justice, or outstanding charges. This is a higher evidentiary burden than is currently required. In other words, the bill could make it more difficult to detain an accused person in custody rather than under the existing provisions of the Criminal Code. For instance, formalizing the evidentiary process could result in prosecutors having to call additional witnesses or lead additional affidavit evidence at every bail hearing. We know that the bail system simply cannot operate effectively in this way. The bail process strives for accuracy in decision-making, but because of the volume of cases currently before the courts, the process also places a premium on efficiency, expediency, and flexible rules of evidence. We must trust that Crown attorneys will call the relevant evidence that they determine is needed and relevant, and in the manner that they choose. The Criminal Code does not dictate what evidence a Crown attorney should call. To do so raises the issue of Crown discretion and independence, an essential feature and constitutional principle within our criminal justice system. Mandating Crown attorneys to lead specific evidence would arguably encroach on this discretion. They must act independently in carrying out their responsibilities as officers of the court, as quasi-judicial officers of the court. Of equal concern is the potential for these amendments to make it harder for prosecutors to quickly and efficiently prove past criminal activity. It is unclear how Clause 2 would be interpreted. It could result in the presiding justice at a bail hearing scrutinizing the prosecutor's decision as to whether to introduce certain evidence and how it is introduced. This could potentially compromise trial fairness and the effectiveness of the bail hearing. At the very least, an amendment of this nature would require consultation and engagement with prosecutors who exercise their discretion ethically and professionally every day in bail courts across this country and who benefit from the current flexibility in the rules of evidence to ensure the best case is presented. It is essential that our police and the public are kept safe from accused persons who belong in custody prior to trial. This requires that the courts, police, and Crown attorneys have the relevant information about the accused, the victim, and the circumstances of the offence in a timely way. This cannot, however, be accomplished with piecemeal legislation such as the one currently before this House. It requires a comprehensive strategy for bail reform and consultation with stakeholders who work with these provisions every day. To summarize, Mr. Speaker, the impact on the effectiveness of the criminal justice system has to be considered when any amendment to the Criminal Code is proposed. The Supreme Court of Canada has emphasized the importance of bail hearings being held expeditiously and the rights of individuals to reasonable bail. This flexibility is an important factor to keep in mind when considering the amendments proposed in this bill. It allows the prosecutor in a bail hearing to lead evidence that is credible and trustworthy, but that might not otherwise be admissible according to the usual rules of evidence at trial. This includes evidence of prior criminal activity, outstanding charges, and administration of justice offences. The Supreme Court has also repeatedly emphasized the independence of prosecutorial discretion, itself a fundamental principle under our Constitution. By removing that discretion of the Crown to determine which evidence it will lead at the bail hearing, the bill arguably undermines that principle. As a former federal prosecutor, I know that my fellow prosecutors benefit from the flexibility in the rules of evidence at bail hearings to ensure that the correct evidence is put before the justice quickly and efficiently. Victims of crime also benefit from the timely disposition of cases. While I cannot support this bill, I do want to thank the sponsors of it for all of the work that they have done. Reform of the criminal justice system benefits from the input and involvement from as many Canadians as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill S. 217, an act to amend the criminal code dealing with the detention of accused in custody. It has also become known as Wynn's Law. And I remind this House that this bill was named in honour of Constable David Wynn, who was shot and killed in the line of duty in Alberta. Another senseless loss of a police officer that, in this specific case, was absolutely preventable. I want to thank my honourable colleague from St. Albert Edmonton for introducing the bill and for what he has contributed to the debate. I personally attended the funeral of Constable Wynn. He died in the line of duty while I was a serving member of the Medicine Hat Police Service. I remember that we in the policing community, along with most of this nation, were shocked and outraged by yet again another failure of our justice system to protect our communities. The amendments proposed in Bill S-217, as passed in the Senate, are intended to mitigate similar situations from happening in the future. The man Constable Wynn was attempting to arrest was out on bail despite having over 30 outstanding charges before the courts and a criminal record, or a lengthy criminal record of over 50 convictions. What is significant in this case, however, is that none of these previous convictions and outstanding charges had been mentioned during his latest bail hearing, allowing him to be released from custody yet again. Bill S-217 amends Section 515 of the Criminal Code to expand the grounds for detention and custody to include the fact that the accused has previously been convicted of criminal offenses or is awaiting trial on other charges. It also amends Section 518 of the Criminal Code to require the Crown to lead evidence of the accused's criminal record and outstanding charges at a bail hearing. Currently, across most jurisdictions in Canada, criminal records are routinely introduced at bail hearings. At issue, however, is the fact that the introduction of these records are not mandated or required by law. By simply changing the wording of Section 518 of the Criminal Code from may to shall, Bill S-217 ensures that justices will have the information they need to make an informed decision on bail hearing. During previous debate on Bill S-217 and heard earlier in my previous colleagues' comments, the Liberal government has expressed some concerns. And their view, ensuring that the decision makers in the bail process had relevant information, is not a simple task. They say it's difficult because it requires up-to-date information management systems and fully trained prosecutors, police, and justices. They were concerned that the bill would create policy and legal implications that could result in a bail system that would not function properly for anyone. They also believed that the proposed changes would ultimately impart delay and confusion and would likely have unintended legal and operational consequences for the bail process. In an effort to alleviate and address these concerns, I rely on my 35 years of recent policing experience in order to bring operational life knowledge to this debate. It's important for members of this House and the Canadian public to understand the basics about the release of an accused from custody pending trial, commonly known as bail. The present philosophy of the release provisions of the Criminal Code is that accused persons should not be held in custody except in unusual circumstances. In simple terms, the release pending trial of an accused person is generally affected by two separate and distinct ways. First, and depending on the offense and circumstances, an accused may be released prior to his appearance in court by the police, unless that police officer has yet to establish the identity of that person. They need to secure or preserve evidence or relating to the offense, or they must prevent the continuation or repetition of that offense or commission of another offense, or they believe on reasonable grounds that the person being released from custody will not or fail to attend court. If the officer is content that the above have been satisfied, depending on the seriousness of the offenses committed, the officer has various release avenues available to compel the accused attendance in court. On the other hand, there are basically 4 instances where police cannot release an accused, and it would be wrong to suggest they do so using their own release powers. These include where an officer believes it is necessary in the public interest not to release. Secondly, where the accused does not fall into certain categories of offenses, such as serious criminal offenses, where imprisonment would be punishable by more than 5 years in jail. The other 2 circumstances relate to warrants without release endorsements or warrants of serious offenses in other provinces. In these circumstances, an accused may be released as a result of a judicial interim release, having been held by a justice or a judge, as defined in the Criminal Code. The term judicial interim release simply means that a justice gives judicial consideration based on the facts and law to allowing the right of the accused not to be detained in custody prior to his trial. This is one of the most important areas where justice must exercise judicial discretion. In all matters involving judicial discretion, a judge is independent of the Crown and the defense. For most accused persons held in custody by the police, this is their first appearance before a justice, and is the key stage in determining their status respecting release or detention. The justice will consider all facts presented by the Crown and the defense and render their decision. During a bail hearing, the justice currently may take into consideration any other charges which the accused is already facing. Some of the considerations which are relevant for a justice in determining the issues of release have to do with, 1, the accused's record. The fact that they have a record does not necessarily in itself order a detention. It's only relevant if it relates to the charge before the justice. Other issues include what other charges the accused might be facing. Does he have previous offenses for failing to appear or violating bail release conditions? Is he already detained in custody in respect to any other matter? And what is the gravity and nature and danger of the charges that he's currently facing? There are also 2 basic grounds for justice to consider for detention. The primary grounds, as we call it, is it necessary to ensure the accused's attendance in court. It's only after the justice rules on those primary grounds that he may go on and consider secondary grounds. And the secondary grounds is it necessary in the public interest or for the protection and safety of the public, which includes the probability that the accused will commit another offense or interfere with the investigation. Now, public interest involves many considerations, not the least of which is the public image of the criminal justice system, the apprehension and conviction of criminals, the attempts at deterrence of crime, and ultimately the protection of Canadians who are socially conscious and law-abiding. This cannot be overemphasized too strongly. Much has been written about the attitudes of citizens concerning accused persons being released and subsequently arrested on allegations committed while they're out and they commit further offenses. It is important to note that as a matter of good practice, the police agency will always provide the justice with all relevant information as indicated above, which should be considered at a bail hearing. In my experience, these records are readily available to police through various national, provincial, and local information management systems. Apparently unknown by the Liberal government, these systems that the justice system and law enforcement agencies rely upon are current and up to date, as lives depend on it. Anything otherwise would be irresponsible. Further, the suggestion that changing the wording as proposed in S217 is not a simple task, as it would require fully trained prosecutors, police, and justices, diminishes the already proven proficiencies with which these professionals currently perform these tasks now on a daily basis. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I am of the belief that Bill S-217 would strengthen the criminal justice system and protect the lives of law enforcement and Canadians through the requirement of ensuring justices have all relevant accused record information to make an informed decision on public safety. I fully support this excellent bill and encourage all members of this House to do the same. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak about Bill S-217, which was moved by a senator, tabled by a senator, and which we are now debating here in this House as part of our study. This bill aims to amend the criminal code, and changes to the criminal code are something that we are used to dealing with under the previous government. I know that many colleagues of mine in the NDP spent a lot of time working on such issues. Again, with this bill, I would like to recognize the work of my colleagues who studied this issue. And straight off, I'd like to say that I would like to express my sympathies, as many other MPs have done in this House, to the family of Mr. Wynne, who was very unfortunately killed by someone who had been released while awaiting trial. And this is the context in which we're debating Bill S-217. The goal, of course, is to try to find a solution to the fact or change the fact that someone could commit a crime, a serious crime, while awaiting trial. So I do want to express my sympathies. And straight off, I would also like to say that the NDP will be supporting Bill S-217 in second reading because we want to send it to committee. Our role as legislators is to study matters in depth, not only in this House, where we give speeches, as some of my colleagues have before me, but also to study it in committee. We can see that the real in-depth work is done in committee, and it's an opportunity to study bills in depth. And it also allows us to look at the possible consequences that this will have on society and on the justice system. So I think it's very important that this be studied in committee. That's why we're supporting it in second reading. There will be a lot of very relevant testimony in committee, I'm sure, because there are many people who will be affected by this bill. That includes police officers, of course, and some of them have already expressed their concerns or shared some of their comments about this bill, notably when it was being studied in the Senate. And the justice system as a whole, of course, will be concerned by this bill because, in a sense, it will add an extra layer, an extra mandatory step before releasing someone who is awaiting trial. So there are many people who would be affected, and that's why I think it's important to have an in-depth study of the bill in committee so that we can determine what the consequences of this bill might be. And there certainly were many consequences brought up by experts. Some of them suggested that it might slow the process down, and of course that's not what we want.
There are already problems with the speed of our legal system. If we hear the Crown, if we hear those who are before the courts, the process is already long, and there are problems throughout Canada to meet certain criteria when it comes to respecting the length of time that we have to deal with these files before the courts. It's important to deal with this issue because it could have an impact on the length of proceedings. There might also be other effects among police officers. They are extremely important individuals in our communities. It could have an impact on their work as well. Evidently, the Crown and the prosecution may be affected by this. So I approve it I approve S217, and I think it would be worth studying the effects it may have, because there are other issues that I wanted to raise. It would be important to shed some light on those issues during committee. There's also the matter of presumption of innocence that may be raised among experts. It nonetheless remains that in our system, the basis of our system currently is the presumption of innocence. That is why, in several cases, the accused will be freed. At some point, of course, they will have to appear before the courts. They will appear before a judge. It is at that point that the Crown, as well as the defense, will have to present their arguments, and in the end, it is the judge who will determine whether the person is guilty. In our system, we must take into account that every accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. There's the presumption of innocence before a judge decides the contrary. We need to raise this issue because when somebody is detained, when the accused is detained, when they have not yet been considered guilty of the crimes they are accused of, it may not be necessary to keep them in detention in every single case. It would be illogical to say that every accused must be detained while waiting for their day in court. There are mechanisms that we use to free accused individuals because they do not all represent a danger to the public. There are many types of crimes, economic crimes, crimes linked to fraud. The judge will have to analyze every situation on a case-by-case basis, because there is not always a danger for the public when the accused is freed before their appearance before the court. We can't impose a heavy burden on our prisons and on our justice system. We cannot start detaining all the accused or many more accused for a longer period of time in our detention facilities. That's going to have consequences. In this debate, it's important to keep in mind that every accused is innocent until proven guilty. In this system, of course, judges have discretion. They can decide if the accused does represent a danger for the public, if they do represent a danger for the community. In the case before us, it is an extreme situation, an extremely sad situation, because the individual was freed, was accused of many serious crimes, and committed a crime again that was even more serious than before. There are mechanisms that allow judges to exercise discretion and say that this individual who's accused of these crimes represents a danger to society and must remain in detention. But we must continue to keep in mind that judges will exercise discretion. If we impose too many constraints through policy, we'll prevent judges from using their discretion, and they are well placed because they are before the accused. They take into account all the evidence laid before them. We need an ideal mechanism, perhaps one such as is proposed in S217, to determine, in the case of individuals found guilty of crimes in the past or who has refused to appear before the court in the past, because that will allow the judge to exercise discretion and decide whether the risk that the accused will not reappear before the court. And at that point, one has to have the accused arrested. That can have consequences on that level as well. It is therefore extremely important in this debate that we keep in mind that judges have to exercise all the discretion possible to make an enlightened decision based on what they have in front of them, the facts of the case. They're not called judges for nothing. They are the ones who are going to judge whether or not the accused must be detained or whether they can be freed. while waiting. We must all keep in mind in this debate that we need to maintain as much discretion as possible because it is judges, not us here in this House, that can evaluate every case based on the facts presented. We are not the ones who can decide whether to free somebody or to keep somebody in detention. My time is up, and I hope to see this debate unfold in committee. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak in support of Bill S-217, also known as Wynn's Law. And I want to congratulate and commend all of the hard work of my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton in advancing this bill, as well as the comprehensive case that the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, made earlier based on his long experience as the chief of city police. It speaks volumes. Our advocacy speaks volumes to both the family of Constable Wynn and to the thousands of other families who have lost loved ones to previously convicted criminals. For most Canadians, Saturday, January 17th, 2015 was just a normal day. We were out doing errands, visiting with family and friends, or going to work. But for the Wynn family, it was a day that changed their lives forever. The day Constable David Wynn was stolen from them. As we all know by now, in the early morning hours that day, Constable David Wynn and Auxiliary Constable Derek Bond were patrolling in St. Albert, Alberta, checking license plates outside of a casino. After finding one flagged as connected to an outstanding arrest warrant, they went into the casino to arrest Sean Wren. A career criminal with a dangerous past, Wren had several warrants out for his arrest, one having only been issued a few days earlier. He had at least 100 offenses dating back to 1994, and many of those charges included confrontations with police officers. Since 2010, Wren had been sentenced to a total of 10 years in jail for offenses that varied from possession of a prohibited firearm, breaking and entering, and theft. Yet he was not serving time in prison. He was walking the streets, and he turned from career criminal to murderer in 4 seconds, all because of a loophole that we as legislators can fix before this happens again. We can and we must do more than express sadness. As our Liberal colleague said earlier, we must act so we can stop this from happening again, because there is no question. There's no question that Constable Wynn's murder was preventable. Wren should never have been given bail. But in September 2014, after an arrest on several charges, which included possession of a prohibited weapon and an outstanding arrest warrant for failing to appear in court, he had been released on a $4,500 bail. During the hearing, there was no mention, no consideration of Wren's lengthy criminal past, no mention of how, in 2009, Wren attacked an ex-girlfriend, choking her, ripping out her hair, and breaking her collarbone. He forced that girlfriend and her infant daughter to sleep in a room with him while he held a loaded gun because he was feeling paranoid. Was this recounted during his bail hearing? No. Neither was the fact that he was subject to a lifetime firearms ban, that he posed a flight risk, and that he had demonstrated over and over again complete and utter disregard for previous court orders. This bill makes sense. It seeks to amend Section 518 of the Criminal Code, which reads, "A prosecutor may lead evidence of a bail applicant's criminal history." This bill would change the word may to shall, making it mandatory for prosecutors to lead with any evidence relevant to accused criminals' past. The bill would further amend the same section to include previous convictions, outstanding charges, and failures to appear as criterion that may be considered to deny an accused bail. Wynn's Law will protect everyday Canadians. It will protect all of us, and it will protect law enforcement officers from those who should not be out on the streets, like Wren, by ensuring informed decisions can be made, enabled by knowledge of the criminal record of an accused. It's common sense, and it's just. This bill has received overwhelming support from communities all over Canada. The Mounted Police Professional Association of Canada, the Centre for Abuse Awareness, and the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Alberta, Jonathan Dennis, who was in Cabinet at the time of Wynn's murder, they all support this bill. It easily passed the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee unanimously, and then the Senate passed the bill by an overwhelming majority. rank and file law enforcement officers have given their support to this legislation. But incredibly, inexplicably, the Liberals don't agree, and they vowed to vote against this life-saving bill. In November, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice said Wynn's Law would, quote, unnecessarily complicate and lengthen the bail process and remove discretion from the Crown. The Minister of Justice has also said that, quote, the measures that are articulated in this bill are measures that are in place at this time. But they aren't. That just isn't the case. Of course, many prosecutors do present criminal history at a bail hearing, but some don't. And that's the problem. That's the problem that we can fix. Bill S217 does not impose any undue burden or complications on the Crown or on law enforcement. It does not infringe upon the discretion of a judge or justice of the peace at a bail hearing to make a determination on the question of bail. Decisions will still be made based on the specific facts and circumstances of the individual case, and with a complete picture of the accused and the risk to Canadians. This isn't about politics. It's about a life that could have been saved and many others that could be saved as a result. I urge my colleagues opposite to do the right thing and to support this bill so another mother doesn't have to explain to her kids that a loophole helped kill their dad, that a preventable measure could have saved a life. RCMP officers in all levels of law enforcement and first responders serve Canadians selflessly 365 days of the year. My mother-in-law, Diane Saskew, has worked in the Two Hills RCMP Detachment Centre for almost 40 years. She's seen firsthand their brave and compassionate dedication, sacrifice, and the important role of RCMP officers in Alberta's rural communities. Here in the House of Commons, it's incumbent on us to ensure there are safeguards in place to protect those who choose a life of service and risk to themselves for all Canadians. Constable Wynn's widow, Shelley McInnes Wynn, has been a tireless champion for this bill. On behalf of all Canadians, this strong woman is advocating for the successive passage of Wynn's Law. Her determination and her courage are unwavering. Last summer, Ms. McInnes Wynn gave powerful and emotional testimony at the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. She asked those present to close their eyes for 4 seconds. She said, in those 4 seconds, a constable was taken away from his community. A husband was taken away from his wife. A father was taken away from his 3 sons, and a brother was taken away from his mother and sisters. In 4 seconds. Every day I wake up wishing that I could take those 4 seconds back, but I can't. There is nothing I can do to change that. Every day I have to live my life alone, not have Dave by my side, enjoying the moments we were supposed to have together as a family and as a husband and wife. Every day his children have to experience new things and new milestones without their dad. They don't have any more chances to make new memories. Changing this one simple word could save a lifetime of happiness for someone else, and that someone else could have easily been you. Dave was the unfortunate one that happened to be there that night, but it could have easily been anyone else. 4 seconds represent the time when Ms. McInnes Wynn went from a wife to a widow. In 4 seconds, her world was shattered. In 4 seconds, a sister lost a brother. Parents lost their son. A wife lost a loving husband, and 3 young sons lost their hero. All their lives changed forever. It will take less than 4 seconds to stand up and to vote yes for Wynn's Law. Less than 4 seconds to vote for a law that will prevent future senseless murders and will protect innocent Canadians everywhere. And on behalf of the people of Lakeland, I urge my colleagues to do so. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise today to speak to Bill S217, known as Wynn's Law. I'd like to start by offering my sincere condolences to and sympathies to Constable David Wynn's widow, Shelley McInnes Wynn, and her entire family. I'd also like to thank the member for St. Albert Edmonton for his tireless work on Wynn's Law. He's done an incredible job.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, when Constable Wynne was shot and killed in the line of duty, it pointed to a dangerous loophole in the Canadian justice system. His killer, Sean Wren, was a career criminal who was out on bail. His killer was granted bail despite the fact that he had more than 50 prior criminal convictions, 38 outstanding charges, as well as arrest warrants for failing to appear in court. Incredible. It seems unreal that an accused with this type of criminal record would be granted bail. But we know now that his extensive criminal history was not brought to the attention of the person presiding over his bail hearing. Shameful. While it's common practice that the prosecutor provide a judge or a justice of the peace with a bail applicant's criminal history, it is not legally required. It's difficult to imagine that Sean Wren would have been granted bail and had his full criminal history been disclosed. It's an absolute tragedy that Constable Wynne had to die. His death could have been prevented. As I've said, this tragedy points to a serious loophole in our criminal code that must be addressed. The safety and security of Canadians should be the priority for any government, So we can't go back and prevent the death of Constable Wynne, but we can respond in the present by closing the loophole that led to his death. And I believe that Wynne's Law is the logical response to this tragic event. Wynne's Law would require prosecutors to disclose a bail applicant's criminal history at a bail hearing. Very simple. It would also mandate that failures to appear in court must be disclosed. This legislation introduced a simple measure that has the potential to save lives and increase public safety. My constituents in the neighbouring riding of Edmonton-Griesbach have been very vocal in support of this bill. Many have told me at community events that they strongly support passing this legislation. I've also received written feedback from hundreds of constituents regarding Wynne's Law. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some of the feedback that I've received from my constituents on Wynne's Law. Doris wrote to me to say, it's only common sense that previous charges be included in bail hearings, especially in cases where there is a long record of breaking laws and ignoring court dates. Stanley wrote to me to say, it will help stop innocent lives from being taken by dangerous criminals. Plus, a lot of lives could have been saved if this law had been in effect long ago. Jeannie wrote me to say, I find it criminal not to pass this law. Shame on the Liberals. Do the right thing. Kathy wrote me to say, Wynne's Law is a must. Susan wrote me to say, judges can't make proper decisions without full disclosure of criminals' history. Get this law put in. Police and public safety should always come before a dangerous criminal. Mr. Speaker, I can't stress enough to this House that these are real people with real feedback. I'm speaking for them. Bob wrote me to say, this Constable Wynne could be any one of us. The judge definitely needs to be aware of a criminal's past history in order to bring about a fair judgment. Wendy wrote me to say, judges need full disclosure of the criminal's past in order to make a decision that is best for society, not for the criminal. Daryl wrote me to say, not passing this law is irresponsible and an insult to law-abiding citizens. Yes. Herb wrote me to say, Wynn's Law should be passed immediately. I hear you, Herb. Glenn wrote me to say, Wynn's Law should have been done years ago. Al wrote me to say, Wynn's Law, it's a no-brainer, Bill. Perhaps that last comment summarizes it the best. Wynn's Law is a common sense piece of legislation.
Hear, hear.
Our judges and justices of the peace cannot be expected to make a fair ruling in a bail hearing without all the relevant facts. Again, Mr. Speaker, Wynn's Law, it's a no-brainer. My constituents get it. Canadians across the country get it. So why don't the Liberals get it? It's time this Liberal government put safety and security of law-abiding Canadians ahead of criminals. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege today to rise to speak on this Wynn's Law as well. I'd like to thank the member from St. Albert for bringing this forward. He's been a tireless champion of it and has worked with me in my riding as well to raise awareness for this, so I'd like to thank him for all his efforts on this. I know that it's an issue that in northern Alberta, it's something that hit us pretty close to home. I'm going to start, I guess, just backing up a little bit. I believe it was 2004. We all remember the events that took place in Mayerthorpe, where 4 police officers were gunned down, and that is right near where my riding is, and that was something that rocked the nation at the time, and so the day that David Wynn was killed, that brought back all those memories. I know that my own communities were reeling with those memories, and that we had all thought those days were behind us. We weren't going to see another police officer fall in the line of duty in northern Alberta again, and here we were just a few short years later, and fallen soldier. And so those memories, I remember the day well, Mr. Speaker, the day that we heard on the radio that a police officer had been checking license plates in the parking lot at the casino, and that had led to him being gunned down. And that, for me, that was a very introspective point in my life. I thought about my time as a automotive mechanic. I was working in Barhead there, and I just thought, wow, that guy probably went to work that day thinking it was just another day of work, same as I did, you know, I'm sure he kissed his wife goodbye and said goodbye to his sons, but never totally thought that he'd see them again in the evening or whenever he got off his shift, and so that's a powerful feeling. Similar ages to what I am now, and I know the feelings that I have every evening when I come home and see my kids and things like that. And so it's a real story of humanity, this Mr. David Wynn, and the fact that he's chose the career as a police officer to protect his community. That is profound. And so I'd like to thank all those that stand in the line of duty, protecting our communities, working hard every day. I sit with some of my colleagues here that have done that as well, and I take my hat off to them as well. Yeah, I know that through the process of this bill progressing, I've had an opportunity to have a chat with the member from Yellowhead, who is a former police officer as well. Worked in the RCMP for over 25 years, and he's got some great stories about protecting communities and things like that. But he also says there's some more ugly sides to it, and this story, this bill that we have before us today, with termed Wynn's Law, elicits those feelings of the times when we really see where our police force puts their life on the line, quite literally. And so I tried to, I remember just sitting in my vehicle that day. I heard it over the radio in my vehicle on my drive to work. It was in the morning. And I just remember thinking, like, wow, what are we going to do next? Like, how do you solve a problem like this? For me, at the time, it seemed beyond my grasp to see how you would solve an issue like this. There are just people out there that there seems to be no solution for. And so today, to see the fact that we cannot reverse the actions of this individual, we cannot reverse the life taken, but we can, in honor of his memory, we can stand up in this place. And that's one of the huge privileges that we all have as we stand here or sit in this place, is that we have the ability to see wrongs of the past, to see issues that have places and areas in law where we can actually make a big difference. And I know that that's one of the things that I've continually say whenever anyone asks me, Arnold, like, why did you pursue that spot? Why did you pursue becoming a member of parliament? And I say it's to make a difference. It's to do something good in the world. And this bill, and in light of all the situation around it, and the very fact that we put Wynn's Law right on the title of this bill, this to me is the whole reason why we are here today. It's to solve some of these problems that we see in the world. It's to make the world a better place, and it's to work to close a loophole. And I sometimes am frustrated with lawyers. I think when the very first time I met the member from St. Albert there, I asked him, what did you do? And he said, oh, I'm a lawyer. And I said, oh, we need more rule of law and less rule of lawyers, for sure. But there is times, for sure, when to have a keen legal mind on some of these things and to see how we can, through the rule of law, solve some of these problems in the world, it's much appreciated. I typically see things from 30,000 feet. Broad strokes, I like that kind of thing. But this particular law, to see that just the change of the word from, may to shall, just that change can make all the difference. It makes the difference between somebody being out on the street and later on killing somebody to somebody being kept in captivity, kept incarcerated, so that they are not out on the street to be gunning down police officers. That to me is profound. And so I take my hat off to the member from St. Albert for working to even knowing about this in the first place. Although I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if you do need to know anything, the member from St. Albert is a walking encyclopedia. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Particularly when it comes to this place, Mr. Speaker, if you want to know what the name of the riding somebody represents and how many votes they won by, you ask the member from St. Albert. He will tell you, lickety-split. There's no doubt about that. And so I guess it's no wonder that he would come up with such a profound bill in this place. He knows the workings of this place well. He's been at it for a long time. And so I take my hat off to him in the fact that I'm fairly emotionally attached to this whole issue, but I guess I was a bit at a loss on how to deal with it. At the very time, I wasn't even considering being elected. But now that I'm here, I'm very happy to be standing in this place and arguing in defense of Wynn's Law. It's a very concrete action that can be taken in order to two things: recognize the sacrifice of this Mr. Wynn, and also to make sure that it doesn't happen again. We know that after the Fallen Four in Mayerthorpe, after that happened, we all said, oh, never again, and we honored their memory, and there's now a national memorial in the hometown of Mayerthorpe that I drive by often. But it struck just too close to home with the passing of David Wynn. And so I guess I plead for everybody to support this bill. I think it's a bill that's long overdue, and it's a monument to the hard work of the member from St. Albert, but it's also would be a monument to David Wynn, who lost his life on that fateful day. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude my speech, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, resuming debate. We'll go back to the honourable member of St. Albert to Edmonton for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say at the outset that I want to acknowledge the hard work of Senator Bob Runciman in championing this bill in the Senate, as well as my predecessor, Brent Rathgaber, who introduced a similar bill in the last Parliament. The essence of Bill S-217, known as Wynn's Law, is about changing one word in the criminal code, one word to change a loophole that cost Constable David Wynn his life when he was murdered, a loophole that imposed a life sentence on Auxiliary Constable David Bond, who forever will have to live with the consequences of being shot at close range. Constable David Wynn should be with us today, but he isn't. And Auxiliary Constable Bond should not be living a life sentence of hell, but he is. Mr. Speaker, one change of one word in the criminal code could have made all the difference. And that one word change is to change may to shall in Section 518 of the Criminal Code to make it mandatory for prosecutors to lead evidence of the criminal history of bail applicants. The criminal history of bail applicants is always relevant and material to determine the question of bail. It is always relevant and material because without such information, it's not possible for judges or magistrates to properly exercise their discretion as to whether someone should be kept behind bars or let out onto the street. Mr. Speaker, and yet Section 518 of the Criminal Code provides that it's discretionary whether this information is brought forward. Mr. Speaker, it simply doesn't make sense, and Wynn's Law fixes that. Now, Mr. Speaker, there have been some who have said that Wynn's Law is unnecessary because the criminal history of bail applicants is almost always put forward. Mr. Speaker, I say to those critics that that simply isn't good enough. It isn't good enough to Constable Wynn, who is no longer with us. It isn't good enough for Constable Wynn's family, who lost a husband, a father, and a brother. It isn't good enough for my community of St. Albert, who lost a brave constable who ultimately gave his life to keep my community safe. It isn't good enough for Auxiliary Constable Bond and his family, whose lives have forever been changed. Mr. Speaker, it simply isn't good enough that the criminal history of bail applicants is almost always put forward. The criminal history of bail applicants must always be brought forward so that what happened to Constable Wynn and Auxiliary Constable Bond never happens again.
Never again.
Now, some critics of Wynn's Law say that it would cause delay in our justice system. I say, how could that be, given that such information is a keystroke away and at most a phone call away? Yes. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say that we must never forget Constable Wynne and Auxiliary Constable Bond. We have a responsibility as parliamentarians to close this fatal loophole in the criminal code. We owe it to Constable Wynne, we owe it to Auxiliary Constable Bond, and we owe it to Canadians. Thank you.
The question is the following one.
Wilson moved that Bill S-217, an act to amend the criminal code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 8th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for a private member's business. At
this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been tabled and seconded.
That this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, on February 8th, I posed a question to the government on behalf of Warrant Officer Roger Perot, a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, regarding his eligibility for the critical injury benefit. Warrant Officer Perot is an Afghanistan veteran who has served his country honorably. In addition to serving Afghanistan, Warrant Perot served twice in Bosnia and 3 special duty areas over a span of 27 years. Warrant Perot enlisted at the age of 19 and is a combat engineer. He's due to be medically released from the military later this year. He was injured in 2006 in a blast from an improvised explosive device, IED, while serving in Afghanistan. He's had 3 back surgeries, 2 hip replacements, and other complications. Now in the process of being released from the military, Warrant Officer Perot is being denied the critical injury benefit by Veterans Affairs after being told that at the age of 46, his injuries are the result of just his body wearing out, as opposed to the injury he received in the IED blast. Rejected by the Department of Veterans Affairs for the critical injury benefit in March of 2016, Warrant Perot appealed that decision to the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. On January 24th of this year, Warrant Perot was denied his appeal by the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, who upheld the decision by the Veterans Affairs to refuse him the critical injury benefit that he had applied for on the basis of the injuries he received from an IED blast in Afghanistan. The critical injury benefit provides a tax-free lump sum award for Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans who, after March 31, 2006, sustained a service-related severe and traumatic injury or developed an acute disease caused by a sudden and single incident which resulted in an immediate and severe impairment and interference in quality of life. On the evening of October 7, 2006, while on mission in Afghanistan, Warrant Perot was on a routine patrol in a Lab 3. He had stopped behind another Lab 3 and dismounted when a large explosion ripped the left side of the lab, throwing him to the ground. In shock after the explosion, Warrant Perot prepared for an ambush attack. Once he had rested from the shock of the explosion, he started to experience pain throughout his body. Eventually, he was medevaced by helicopter to Kandahar and was later repatriated to Canada. I hope the Minister of Veterans Affairs agrees that getting blown up by a roadside bomb in Afghanistan is a sudden and single incident that is service-related. Since being medically repatriated back to Canada, Warrant Perot has undergone numerous urgent surgeries from the time of the explosion. For the record, I now quote from the letter that the Warrant Perot's military doctor wrote on his behalf to the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. Warrant Officer Perot's clinical course is being complicated by numerous hospital admissions, recurrent DVTs, numerous hip surgeries, including a total right hip replacement, radicular neck pain, chronic intractable pain, a large meniscal tear, PTSD, and major depression. And this is only a partial list of his medical history. In summary, Warrant Officer Perot has extensive physical and mental injuries directly related to the IED blast in Afghanistan in 2006. In my opinion, he qualifies for the critical injury benefit.
Hear, hear.
I also note for the record, Warrant Officer Perot's military medical doctor provided pages and pages of supporting documentation that were included in his supporting letter to Veterans Affairs. Contrast that to the doctor's professional medical opinion to the appeal board, which claimed that the best they could read from the doctor's report that was that Warrant Perot sustained, and I quote the appeal board, a back injury, which had some pre-existing elements, and that the definition of complex treatments related to the incident in 2006 had not been met, claiming that in the opinion of the military medical doctor, it was not credible.
Secretary and Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her question. Our government recognizes the contributions that veterans and members of the Canadian Armed Forces make and have made to preserve the peace and security of Canadians both here and around the world. Ensuring that veterans get the support they need and that their families do as well is an absolute priority for us.
We cannot comment on specific cases for privacy reasons. However, I can discuss how Veteran Affairs provides many programs and services for mental as well as physical health of our veterans. Canada's veterans now receive more local, in-person government services as well as better access to case managers than under the previous government. Last summer, Veterans Affairs Canada began reopening the 9 Veteran Affairs offices that had been closed across the country by the previous government. We are on track to have every office reopened by spring 2017. Moreover, we will also open a new office in Surrey, BC in May of this year.
Veterans Affairs Canada is hiring some 400 new employees, first-line employees, to help veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, RCMP members, and their families, so that they can have the best possible service in their own communities.
Workers, which will allow us to get to a 25-to-1 ratio.
In Budget 2016, we kept our commitment to improve benefits for veterans, notably by giving veterans better compensation, more choice, and increased support to plan their financial future. We are leaving more money in the pockets of veterans who are sick or injured by increasing the disability benefit to a maximum of $360,000.
The earnings loss benefit to 90% of an eligible veteran's salary at the time of his or her release to ensure stable financial security during their rehabilitation. We also expanded access to the permanent impairment allowance to better support veterans who have had their career options limited by a service-related illness or injury, and renamed the benefit the Career Impact Allowance to better reflect its intention. The Department of Veteran Affairs service standard for disability benefits is to process the first application within 16 weeks, and it's taking a hard look at the disability application process to expedite decision-making and to respond to veterans' needs promptly. Delivering timely benefit decisions is an area where we can and we must do better. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, we saw a 19% increase in the number of disability claims, and this is actually a good thing because it means more veterans are coming forward for help. We are working at putting in measures to decrease the backlog, simplifying decision-making processes, and transfer of medical records. Veteran Affairs Canada is working diligently with the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure that all veterans and their families receive the support and the programs that they deserve. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, veterans are not interested in hearing how many new bureaucrats have been hired or that empty offices are being opened in government-held ridings. Veterans want action. I request a thorough review of this case. The documentation submitted by Warrant Perot's military doctor should not have been summarily dismissed by the Department of Veterans Affairs or the appeal board the way it was. In the professional medical opinion of the attending military doctor, Warrant Officer Roger Perot meets the criteria for the critical injury benefit. What happened to the election promise to draw up from all the circumstances of a veteran's case and all the evidence presented to the government, every reasonable interference in favor of the applicant? Warrant Officer Roger Perot is a Canadian hero. Let's start treating him like one.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's veterans deserve the full, constant support of their government and of society. Le gouvernement est déterminé.
The government is determined to ensure that every member of the Canadian Armed Forces and every veteran injured in the line of duty receives the support and care that they need when they need it.
And any member in this House to meet with me with any concerns they may have and to work together to support our troops, our vets, and their families. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise today to address a question that I first raised in the House back on November 2nd when I asked the Defence Minister to really lay out what is Canada's interest in participating in a UN mission in Africa. As you know, we've been saying for some time, Mr. Speaker, that the only national interest that we could figure out is the Prime Minister's own interest in getting a seat at the UN Security Council. Now, we do know that this dialogue has been taking place, but only from one side. There was some premature announcements by the Minister of sending over 600 troops to Africa, $450 million, 150 members of the police forces to go and help in UN missions in Africa. And of course that could be Mali, it could be in the Congo, it could be in Ethiopia, it could be in in Uganda. There's a number of different places where UN missions are currently underway in Africa, but all fingers seem to point that our troops will be deployed to Mali. And Mali is an incredibly dangerous mission, Mr. Speaker, and one that we question whether it serves Canada's national interest. We know that there are many different nations providing peacekeeping troops to the Mali mission, over 13,000. We also know that it is the deadliest mission out of all the UN missions, accounting for over 90% of UN peacekeeper casualties last year alone. When ISIS heard that Canadian peacekeepers could be deployed to Mali, they said that they would love to use the blue helmets for target practice. We know that this is a mission that the UN is spending a great deal amount of resources on force protection, not on the protection of civilian populations. The problem is that the Minister and the Prime Minister seem to be hell-bent on plowing ahead on a mission that is not in the national interest of Canada, that doesn't, at the end of the day, provide the type of relief that we're hoping to see for the people of Mali and other nations of Africa. And more veterans are concerned that Canada has not learned from its past. The lessons learned of Somalia and of Rwanda, of Bosnia, never really paid off until the UN mission ended and other forces were brought in to actually make the peace. The Minister wants to talk about peace operations. Well, we know that if we're going to be successful, there's other ways that Canada can do this. And there is still great risk of the spread of ISIS, even though they are currently on the run in Mosul, in al-Raqqa in Iraq. But we have an obligation, first and foremost, to our troops, to use them appropriately. And secondly, we have to make sure we put them in a position that when we do call upon them as the Government of Canada, that they are there under the right chain of command with the right rules of engagement, and that doesn't happen under the bureaucracy of the United Nations. That happens under other joint operations through NATO, through international security forces that are set up from time to time to deal with things like terrorism and the atrocities that we're witnessing in Mali and other African nations at this time. So I'd ask the parliamentary secretary to finally answer the question is how does this serve Canada's national interest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank my honourable colleague on this opportunity that we have to talk about this important subject for a second time in 2 days. On November 16th, my colleague across the way asked what Canada's interest was in deploying troops to UN peacekeeping operations. We intend to employ troops to peacekeeping missions because we are committed to do so, and we promised we would do so during the election campaign. This is part of the Defence Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister's mandates. Last August, the government committed to participating in peacekeeping support operations with the UN. Why? Because our government is firmly committed on the international scene and because we want to find different ways of ensuring that the world is a safer place. We developed a 3-year strategy with a budget of $450 million, which brings together several different departments. Canada has also committed to hosting the next meeting of defense ministers of participating countries. That will be a very notable event. It's important to remember that Canada should be heard around the world. The former American president said in this House last June, "The world needs more Canada." My colleague across the way also referred to the possibility that Canada might get a seat on the UN Security Council. Such a seat would be a good opportunity for Canada to express Canadian values loud and clear. It would allow us to meet very noble objectives, notably in areas of governance, respect for diversity, the respect for human rights, and particularly women's and refugees' rights. Of course, no decision has been made about the destination or the duration of the deployment, and no deadline has been set when it comes to making a decision. However, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that we have carefully studied the various options for UN missions. Our analysis is continuing, and we have very clear objectives. Once again, the safety of our men and women in uniform is of the highest importance to us. This is a key consideration in our planning and decision-making process. We always work in the goal of reducing risks to our men and women in uniform, and we will also ensure that any troops deployed to peacekeeping missions will have appropriate training and equipment to be able to carry out their duties there. It's up to us to ensure that before we deploy troops, we try to maximize the impact of our presence and our actions in there. We believe that we need to have clear rules to ensure the success of the mission. These rules will allow the troops to defend themselves and to defend the people with whom they work. We are also determined to expand the role of women in peacekeeping operations at all levels, particularly in key roles. As I said yesterday, also, the Chief of Defense Staff will always be responsible for commanding our troops. Before committing ourselves to anything, we need to ensure that our approach is well understood by our allies and partners. As I said yesterday, this approach is seen as a wise and pragmatic one. We are determined to take concrete measures and to play a constructive role in making the world a safer place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to inform the Parliamentary Secretary, I know he's new to the job, but he said that there is no deadline on when they're going to make the announcement of when Canada is going to deploy our troops on a UN mission. I can tell you that the Minister of Defence said that he would make that announcement before the end of 2016. And here we are 2 months into 2017, and we still don't know where our troops are going or why they're going. The Minister and the government needs to define what is the national interest for Canada to be involved in the UN mission. We know that the UN structure has not provided the results recently or in the past in Africa as to peace outcomes and protecting vulnerable populations. And we also need to have this debate in the House of Commons with a vote once the mission is defined before we deploy any troops. Canadians deserve to have some transparency. We're not getting it from this government. We're not seeing it in any way, shape, or form. And it is time that we actually have all the details so that our troops know where they're going, we know what the mission is, and we can actually have intelligent discussion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken concrete steps to fight terrorism, and it has just as concretely taken commitments to making the world a safer place. Canadians understand the importance of supporting peacekeeping missions, and they support our approach of having Canada play a broader and more constructive and inclusive role in the world. By participating in peacekeeping missions, Canada will help defend and protect civilian populations, particularly women and children, who all too often are most affected by armed conflicts. We are determined to do everything we can to fight against sexual violence, including abuses of human rights in all forms. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate once again that we are carefully studying all of the options to see how the Canadian Armed Forces can better contribute to peacekeeping and security missions. I thank my colleague for his interest and his concern for our men and women in uniform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak during the Late Show tonight. I'd like to come back to a question that I asked the government last November. This was on the subject of ethics, Mr. Speaker. In a spirit of collaboration, I'd like to engage in a debate with the government tonight. And just to remind everyone what was happening at the time, we were regularly asking questions about these $1,500 a head fundraising events where people could get access to very liberal ministers at a cost of $1,500. This was a question that I asked, this was a question that dealt with the sponsorship scandal. We learned that the Liberals wouldn't be paying back some $600,000 that were due because of the shenanigans of Mr. Jacques Corriveau. So this was before Christmas, and at the time we thought that these questions of ethics were over, and that Liberals had learned something. But no, it turns out that over the holiday season, the Prime Minister had decided to continue on the same path and not to respect his own rules and even his own suggestions that he had made to his colleagues.
How could I put this? By accepting a trip, as he described to one of his friends, the Aga Khan. And that led to a few conversations. The member for Regina made a complaint about that trip. The commissioner, I'm not going to read the letter, but I do have a few passages of it. Mr. Trudeau, or rather Mr. Prime Minister, went above a Canadian Forces airplane and went to Belle Island, private property held by the Aga Khan. The member for Regina reminded everyone that the code of conduct is very clear. That a member or a member of their family cannot accept any advantages unless it is authorized by legislation. The Aga Khan Foundation benefited from many international development projects, as well as $30 million from the Government of Canada for its headquarters in Ottawa. The Aga Khan is member of the Aga Khan Foundation Association, sits on the board of directors. In this letter about a more transparent government, indicates that public office holders must exercise their affairs and organize their personal affairs in such a way that they can submit themselves to scrutiny, and simply obeying the law is not enough. It was clear. The member for Regina Keppel submitted this letter to the Commissioner for Ethics and Conflict of Interest, and on February 13th, the member received this letter from the Ethics Commissioner, who was following up on this request for an investigation. And I have a few excerpts from it. I will read it in English. Please forgive my accent, but I will try to do it and to be understandable.
I indicated that I would notify you and the Prime Minister of my decision as to whether an inquiry is warranted within 15 working days either of receiving Mr. Prime Minister response or after the expiration of the 30 days response period. At this time, I have received a response from the Prime Minister, which I have reviewed, and based on the information contained in the request and the response, I have determined that inquiry under the code is warranted. So, Monsieur le Président, avec tous ces éléments-là,
Mr. Speaker, with all those elements, I ask the question to the people on the other side. Are we, yes or no, going to follow the rules outlined by the Prime Minister when it comes to ethics in this place for members of the government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Thank you to my colleague for his question, and thank you to you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I will say that the government clearly indicated its intention to go forward with changes to the Elections Act that will better regulate what is already a very rigorous system that is on the cutting edge of ethics. It is a system that is a model throughout Canada and throughout the Western world when it comes to funding political parties. Without elaborating further, I can assure my colleague that we firmly intend to continue to try to do better and to ask our party and the parties on the other side to respect or to rather behave in such a way that everyone can be proud of. The other issue that was identified, the Prime Minister clearly indicated on several occasions that he intends to work with the Commissioner regardless of what type of information is requested when it comes to conflict of interest. And I am convinced that the Prime Minister is going to comply within the deadline that was set and will work with all of the cooperation required. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's frustrating in the answers that we're hearing over and over in the House is this. The Leader constantly repeats that the Prime Minister will answer all the questions that the Ethics Commissioner will ask. Mr. Speaker, we're here to represent all Canadians who gave a mandate to the Ethics Commissioner. And what we're asking of the Prime Minister is to determine whether he broke the rules and what he will do in order to ensure that this does not happen again. Will he make sure that he does not have these serious ethical breaches anymore? Do we need a bill in order to set up a better framework for the system that we currently have in place? This party on the other side recognizes that they broke certain rules and that to respect them, they're going to be changed. That's not improving the way that we act, changing laws to make legal what was not legal. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we've always followed rules and legislation in this matter. I have a lot of experience as former international director of the party when it comes to ensuring that rules and laws regarding political funding are followed to the letter. And I can assure you that the behavior and the actions of elected officials on this side of the House are always rigorous when it comes to respecting the laws and regulations regarding political funding. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted.
Tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.